Baby, it's hot. It's hot out here, y'all. But I decided to do my live stream right now instead of later. Few things I want to do out here. I'm gonna milk this done. Okay. I think some of my plants are not doing well because it's so dang hot, yo, and humid, and it is no air. I'm gonna use those and to hold my cucumber plants that did survive so that they can hold up because they kind of trying to lean over a little bit. So I'm gonna use that to hold them up. What is right? Trying to put this up to use coffee. I guess I'll use the facts about me when I was like but you know what I'm saying, due to the fact that this is, you know, social media, I would say that I was 21, but I taught myself how to open like a beer bottle, the top of a beer bottle with a can, with a key. Because, and I'm not talking about these kind, you know what I'm saying? In reality, the only reason I'm having a problem with this is because of my nails. But I'm talking about like the bottle, like a glass bottle. I used to have a problem getting them open, obviously, without a beer can opener. So I figured out how to turn a normal key into a beer can opener. Hey, listen. got me some peppers, y'all. I'm so happy. I think I'm gonna take them in the high. I got me some peppers. I got me some peppers. I'm so happy. Ah, they got so big. They like little bitty bed. They some big on little jalapeno peppers, yo. Mark Antoine, I'm pretty sure the reason that you weren't able to call me is because you don't have my number and I don't know who you are, sir. Baby. So you know what I'm saying? It'd be a situation where you was trying to call me, you was calling the number that don't belong to us because I don't know who you are and you ain't got my number. That way. You don't have my number, so I don't see how you gonna be able to call me, yo. Anyways, I got me some peppers. I got me some peppers. Hey, I got me some peppers. I got me some peppers. And instead of being weird like that, it ain't even no situation where I'm over here in no relationship. I don't see why in the world you would come on my channel and try to accuse and say that you've been trying to call me and X, Y, and Z. You could have, you know what I'm saying, said that you was interested in talking to me or something like that. But you on here being weird, yo. I don't know what you thought was going on. It ain't like I'm going to get in trouble if a man got my number. I'm single any dang way. That way. What you mean? But what the truth is, I don't know you, but I'm finna block you because I'm not playing. It ain't finna be no situation where I really don't know you and you coming up out here and talking about all kind of nonsense. Come on, sir. Come on up off of here, sir. I have stepped on some bugs while walking in up in here. It's all kind of bugs out here. It's roly polies out here. I've seen the little bugs that eat aphids out here. It's lizards, frogs, all kind of things. I try my best not to step on them, to be honest. But in reality, sometimes you can't help it. You know what I'm saying? And it ain't no situation where I'm a squeamish. You said protect, but I'm trying. You know what I'm saying? Nobody finna come up over here accusing me as if I'm finna get in trouble. I'm wrong, and I'm single. Ain't no situation. If you really had my number, we will be on the phone. If you be, who gonna be mad? Who gonna be, baby? Stop playing with me. Don't come out here playing with me. I tried to call you early, baby. If you don't come all the way up away from here, stop playing. Trying to mess up my little day. I got me some peppers. I'm finna harvest my little peppers. I got me some jalapenos, y'all. Baby, I'm finna be cooking with me some homegrown jalapenos. You said where I'm from? I'm from Braeswood, Houston, Texas. I got me some jalapenos. I'm in the greenhouse. I'm so happy. I finally grew something today. I guess I'm finna water some of the things in here. Some of the things look like it's still wet though, so I don't want to go too crazy with it. But I really need to get them some nutrients. And it looks like it might be a caterpillar over here. I'm gonna have to go and look closely on this pepper plant. This pepper plant looks like it's in distress over here. But my cayenne pepper plant don't look so happy. That'd be tired. I know that. But I am gonna go ahead and harvest these peppers that look like they ready because I feel like if I try to keep them on there, I could try to keep them on there so they can get bigger, but They already like the size that they be in the store. You say you like grilled bacon, cheese, stuffed jalapenos. I'm gonna put them in some sauce. That's what I'm gonna do. Put them in some sauce and make me some tacos, baby. Yeah. But yeah, I would like let it stay on there, but I'm finna take it off so the other ones that are gonna try to come that look like they trying to come, they can get big too. Because otherwise all the energy is gonna stay going to somebody get y'all felt that y'all heard that big old dang the wind hitting on the dang green. I was like with some animosity, calm down. Anyway, but y'all want the other peppers to be able to get big too, so I'm gonna go ahead and harvest a couple of them and see what's going on with this other plant. That's why I'm going live with y'all early today, 11:11, because I can't stay at nighttime. It's cool, but I can't really like look at the plants and see what's going on. And even though I keep on sowing seeds, but I really got to take care of the ones that's out here already. Saying the goddamn cat came out here and tried to make my little box outside. This little box that's on the dang, flies. Frogs that that's why we need all the frogs, bro. We need all frogs on head, dang, on duty. Dang, catch trying to turn my dang garden box on the outside of the greenhouse into a litter box. So I'm probably gonna go and get my drill and take that old greenhouse all the way apart and close it off so they can't get in there because that is not a litter box. It is not. That is not what it's for. They gonna have to go home for this. Okay. Hold on, y'all. Let's see. I gotta get up and look at it. No, it wasn't right. Well, dog, he just gonna cut that whole little piece off. Y'all see all the dang seeds, like little eggs on there. Oh, we cutting the whole little hell. No, we ain't finna have that. They gonna have to go on and stay somewhere else. I think I didn't even throw it far enough. They gonna have to stay somewhere else. They can't stay here. The soil really don't look dry though. Now that I'm looking at it. Soil look alright. piece that I just threw out of here. A little water. All right, now I'm gonna sit down for a second. I had to go and look at that. I had to go and look at that because even though, you know what I'm saying, my eyes ain't that perfect, but I was able to see that something was going on with that plant over there. And I was right. I don't know what kind of eggs they are. I'm not finna stress myself trying to figure it out. But I know good and golly God's doing me well. They ain't supposed to be right there. Let's see what Chopper said. You said greenhouse motivation. What you saying? Baby, it's so hot. Flies. My frog friends at. Oh, I forgot to put this. Well, I guess I'm gonna do this in a second. It's slow boogie, y'all, because I can't stand it. It was 89 degrees when I first came out here. It was 90 something. And now I say it's 89 degrees Fahrenheit. It's hot. You said something about telling your big bro. And I don't know what you're saying, Fred. You said Houston Eagle Hill. Baby, it's hot. It is hot out here. It is very hot. It's hot. I just did one thing and sat back down and I'm sweaty. And I'm like, I'm trying not to sweat too much, you know what I'm saying? But we trying our best to work smarter and not harder out here. So you know what I'm saying? I gotta do my next thing I need to do. Put these here. They all outside. These right here. I'm gonna put them around my little cucumbers so that my cucumber plants can sit up straight. And then I might possibly, I'm thinking about giving water and nutrients to some of the plants, but it's like, I kind of feel like it might be silly for me to cut the water on because I only see like one, possibly two, this plant that I got yesterday that need water. But you know what I'm saying? For the most part, they still wet and you know what I'm saying? Moisture out here. He said you was in nothing but air conditioning out here. It's like, not me. I'm from out here. Me and my friends used to bob around the neighborhood and all other kind of stuff. Yeah, so now it's a situation where, you know what I'm saying, even though it's hot, you know what I'm saying? God dang these flies. See, the flies really getting on my nerves the most. The flies about to drive me. And y'all, you know what I'm saying? Y'all may have been laughing at me yesterday when I welcomed the frogs in. I am not playing. They are welcome because these flies got to go. I want it to be so many frogs out here that the flies feel uncomfortable. You say you was outside at night. We'll be outside during the day. You know what I'm saying? In the summertime, you know what I'm saying? Like a time like this, right now, the summertime, we be walking to the park, walking to the store, walking to this person's house, that person's house, playing outside and all kind of stuff. But you know what I'm saying? At the same time, you saw out the other night. That's awesome. But you know what I'm saying? At the same time, I feel like it's so dang hot. And I don't know if it's just because I'm getting old that it's just unbearably hot, or if it's a situation where, you know what I'm saying, it's getting hotter and the climate is changing. I'm not sure exactly which one it is, but it for sure feel a whole lot hotter now than it was back then. But we used to We used to walk up and down, you know what I'm saying? Up and down and around the neighborhood. Oh my goodness, it's so hot. I was just sweating. I gotta give me a fan file here, y'all. See, I'm looking at something else. I can't tell what that is, but I'm probably gonna clip that up out of here. But these are the little things I can't see at night. I ain't even noticed that something had came out here and laid some dang eggs. We can't have that. You know what I'm saying? We can't have that. I ain't trying to have no caterpillars, you know what I'm saying, attacking my plants. I want my plants. I want to eat my plants. You know what I'm saying? It's a sign for life change. I feel you. I want my plants. I want to eat my plants. So I for sure don't have no time for no dang caterpillars to coming out here trying to take control of it. Mm-mm. I know, and I seen one. So that may have been what was going on. I remember seeing a butterfly. It was like caught up back there and eventually made its way up out of here. I ain't trying to host the next generation of butterflies up in here because I don't want no caterpillars up in here eating through all my plants like that. We ain't finna do that. And then the plant that they chose, my pepper plant, no, 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 ma'am. It'd be different if they would have chose one of these mini basil plants. We don't mind sharing. But the one that I only got one of, no. You're gonna have to find somewhere else to go. We're not gonna do that. This is not a hotel. At least not for them. You know what I'm saying? It's a hotel for frogs. Frogs can come and go as they please. I'm sick of these flies. Grandpa used to raise butterflies and release them. I did that 1 year with my one of my elementary school teacher had a bunch of caterpillars. She found a bunch of caterpillars in her garden, and she decided to take them and put them inside this little glass thing so we could raise them at school. And when it was time for them to, after they finished their little, their lifespan, and it was time for them to turn into butterflies, we went outside and released them one day after school. And it was cool, you know what I'm saying? It was fun. It was a nice experience. But simultaneously, I ain't trying to have no caterpillars up in here attacking my whole garden because, you know what I'm saying, I love butterflies like the next person, but I cannot afford it. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm just being real. I can't afford it. It'd be one thing, like I said, if they would have chose one of the mini basil plants I have out here, but they chose to come on to my pet. No, I'm not trying to share my pepper plant. I want that. Baby, I want that to myself. I don't know, I threw them outside the garden already. I threw them outside already. They look like a clearish, yellowish color. But I threw them out. We ain't gonna have that. Now I would feel bad if they were frog eggs, but I believe that frog eggs, they lay their eggs in water, ain't it? I don't think they lay their eggs on plants and stuff like that. That's like either a caterpillar or some kind of the only thing I can think of is, you know what I'm saying, something that would see this plant as food for the babies once they hatch. Because otherwise it makes no logical sense. That's what most animals do. Or, you know what I'm saying, when it's a situation. I feel you. But I know most for the most part, when an animal lays eggs and leaves it like that, it's a situation where they then laid the eggs somewhere where once the eggs hatch, they can go ahead and eat whatever is there. I ain't got time for that. No, we're not finna do that. I don't want them eating my I don't want them eating my vegetables. So they gonna have to leave. They gonna have to find some more stuff. And that is cool. You know what I'm saying? That it's a nice ecosystem, but you know what I'm saying? Like I said, I don't mind the frogs. The frogs are welcome. The lizards are welcome. But dang, the wind is blowing like crazy today. The frogs are welcome, the lizards are welcome, but we don't want no, you know what I'm saying, animals that's gonna come in here and try to destroy the plants that I got going on. I gotta get up and do this. I'm gonna do this next. Dang, one of the sticks is bigger than the other. I'm assuming it don't matter. Mm. Dang, I'm trying to decide if I want to go with the longer stick or the shorter stick. I might just leave it as it is. I don't know. Cucumber plants can get kind of big. Okay, that's good. I'm gonna use this. Mm. All right, let's do this. You said yes, lizards. Lizards eat pests. I know. I love me some lizards. They do. Oh, that's cool. Your supervisor's a retired radio station owner. Radio station DJ. That's awesome. Okay, so we have them in a better position. Let's see. Like some trying to lay eggs on there. No, 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 no. Okay, that's better. Oh, hold on. Before I sit down, because there was something over here. Oh, damn. Okay, so now among the few little things that I have been noticing that I needed to do, I've tackled most of it. Oh, he showed you some old DJ equipment, and your dad was a DJ. That's cool. Hello, Sam. Hey, Emery. How y'all doing? Whew, so hot. Whew. Dang, this thing got battery already. See, it's why I don't like these things. It's out of charge already. Whew. And I can't stand. I'm not really keeping up with the charge. I guess the way you're supposed to. Your dad was a DJ too, and you still got his DJ equipment. That's cool, yo. That's cool, man. I know it's wild to think about back then. I don't know what you talking about, but just because that sound crazy, yo. What you trying to hold on. Before I throw you up off of here, is it a situation where you talk about the DJ equipment or is you on some other stuff? Because I really about to almost blocked you, section 800. But you know what I'm saying? One thing that I think is wild is he said that's the work. I'm so serious because I was about to keep him smooth up out of here, and I was like, wait, he might be talking about with the turntables or something. Because that's what I was about to say. Is it's wild that back then, you know what I'm saying, when we was younger, it was a whole different kind of, you know what I'm saying, a whole different kind of setup that the DJs would have. And nowadays, all you need is like an iPhone and some speakers, and you got it. Like you ain't even really got to do all that no more. They got it settings where you can have the music flowing to each other and all kind of stuff. But you know what I'm saying? Back then, the DJ being a DJ was actually like you actually had to put some effort. Like you. Yeah, I'll pray for you. I will pray for you. Sometimes it could be, you know what I'm saying? If you feeling sad and emotional, it's kind of understandable. Is that a basil plant or something else over here? I can understand like if you sad or if you like, you know what I'm saying, going through like you feel depressed or something like that, it can cause you to not want to like do as much. I completely understand. But I can't think. You know what I'm saying? I'm starting to. I'm in a I'm in a mode of where I'm getting over what my ex did to me to such an extent that I'm starting to. You know what I'm saying? You said herbal cleanser. Yeah, herbal cleanser could help. Some herbal tea, like a herbal tea mix or something like that would help, because sometimes it's like, and you know what I'm saying, for those of you that's wondering, it is biblical. You know what I'm saying? Even when it comes down to what in Tobit, when his son Tobias went to meet his wife, and it was a situation where his wife had like some kind of curse that was put up on her, and every time she ended up getting married, she would end up losing her husband. And the angel Raphael that went with Tobias to meet his wife and also to get the inheritance that his father had for him, he told him something specific that he had to do. And you know what I'm saying? For those of you that know what book I'm talking about, because it's really not in all Bibles, it's in Catholic Bibles and it's in the Apocrypha. But he actually gives him a specific kind of recipe. They have to do a specific type of ritual before they, like after their wedding ceremony, but before they consummate their marriage, in order to get that curse up off of her. So sometimes it is a situation where there are extra steps to get certain kind of curses and it ward off evil spirits, but it can be done. But you know what I'm saying? This is why I do in fact own a yoni steamer. I own, you know what I'm saying, a tea machine. I do like to drink my teas. Sometimes there'll be a situation where I drink certain herbs and I know how to put together certain herbs for different, you know what I'm saying, for different things. There are certain herbs that literally will help you feel better and help you happy. You said, where is it in the Apocrypha? It's the book of Tobit. Like, that's literally the name of the book, the book of Tobit. But yeah, it's certain things that, you know what I'm saying, sometimes you have to do extras, a few extra steps along with getting certain things off. That's why it's still a such thing as a what is it called? Uh Lord, it's so hard. Exorcist. Like, you know what I'm saying? People still perform exorcisms. They do. You know what I'm saying? But it's a lot of steps with that, because I learned about all that, but I don't dabble in that, because a lot of times people will come to you saying that they want a spirit off of them, but they not willing to stop participating in whatever sin got the spirit on them in the first place. And you can get the spirit off of them easy peasy, but as soon as they go back to that sin, the spirit is going to be right back on them. So it's like no point. Long story short. And then when they come back looking for help again, they gonna have more demons than they had in the first place, and all of those demons are attached to that whatever sin it is. You know what I'm saying? But it is in the Apocrypha, the book of Tobit, where right before he gets ready to marry his wife, Raphael tells them what to do, and they do that. And you know what I'm saying, her parents was getting ready to go towards her room, and they was expecting that, you know what I'm saying, Tobias was gonna be out of there, yo. And Tobias said, and his wife came out smiling and good morning and etc. And they was in shock. They didn't know what happened, but in reality, God sent an angel down just so that it wouldn't be that. And in reality, I understand why they removed Tobit, not only because of that part, but in the beginning, it was a situation where I believe it was Tobit was depressed. He was like in a very depressed state. And also the woman that his son ended up marrying was very depressed. And she was like depressed that, you know, and the scriptures are really dark. And she was saying that she really didn't want to live anymore because she felt like she was a failure to her father and she was embarrassing him, because every time she got married, her husband would run away. And she was really feeling down and, you know what I'm saying, and out. And that was her prayer to God. And she was saying the only reason she wasn't going to cause herself any harm is because she felt like that would embarrass him. And then Tobit was embarrassed because he felt like he was getting older and he felt like he was more of a burden on his family than of any help. And, he felt kind of guilty and, you know what I'm saying? But then, the book goes on and Toby remembers that he does, in fact, have some money stored up for his son. And he decides to call his son and tell him to go and get the money. And the angel Raphael, who is disguised as, I think, either a worker for Tobit or a servant, something like that, goes with him. And helps him. Basically, he helps him to not only be able to safely get to where he needed to get to so that he could get his father's inheritance, but also so that he would bring back a wife with him. And it's kind of like it's a situation where two prayers were answered at once. Not only was it a situation where Tobit's prayer was answered, he was in fact a help to his family, but also I forgot his wife's name. Her prayers were answered as well because she was able to get married. Her father was happy. It was a situation where he was part of the tribe or the kinsman or something like that, and it was a beautiful thing. But yeah, it's a beautiful book. I guess I got some mud on my hands. Oh, that's sad. Sheesh. That's a lot going on, yo. That's a lot going on, yo. Whew. That sounds very sad. I can't stay. But yeah, the book of Tobit does talk about certain things like that. And it also, you know what I'm saying, shows how God will send down help when people don't expect it. You know what I'm saying? I'm really looking because I'm gonna go over there and look at it specifically, but it looked like I got two different plants growing in this pot over here, and I thought it was only one. He said, pray for discernment. I feel you. Okay, it's like I'll keep you in my prayers, but I'm not like I don't even know what to say to something like that or what made you want to say that on here. But I will keep you in my prayers because that's a lot to go through. But I don't know. That was even confusing too because it's just I don't know. Mm, mm, mm. These dang flies trying to get to my beard, yo. Let me see something real quick. Said it's unclean. Well, I'm not doing confessions, friend. I sure ain't tripping. It's a goddamn me tomato plant growing down up in here. I don't even know which kind of tomato plant this is. Dang it, I don't know where it came from. I don't recall putting the seeds in there, but she is in there and she done sprouted up. I knew I wasn't tripping. But yeah, I don't know, you know what I'm saying? You still trying to understand it, I feel you. You said not your world, but blessings. I feel you. I'm like, you know what I'm saying? I used to go to Catholic church every such and such with my grandmother when I was growing up, but I'm not Catholic and I'm not doing confessional, so you don't have to confess your sins to me. You know, you confess your sins to God, but I will keep you in my prayers. But yeah, y'all, goddamn me tomato plant growth sprouted out. I'm so grateful for it though, because I thought all my tomatoes was gone, yeah. I thought all my tomatoes had called it quits. And I was gonna have to start over, but it's a tomato plant growing over in the little basil bush over there. It was hiding, y'all. But yeah, you ain't gotta come on here and confess your sins. Like, to be honest, you know what I'm saying? Even when it comes to me giving prophecies, it's a situation where God is just revealing certain things to me. Certain people, they make prayers and they want answers, and I come and I say whatever it is that God led me to say. But you don't have to say anything to me, or you don't have to like ignite it in any kind of way. And yeah, that's something that has to be between you and God, because you know what I'm saying, I don't want to come out here I know, but I don't want to come out here and say that that's the reason that happened to you, because God was trying to punish you for X, Y, and Z. I don't know your whole story. And you know what I'm saying? To be honest, like, I don't really be coming on when I'm on live. I don't really be prophesying like that. But you know what I'm saying? I just so happen to start talking about it because that just happens sometimes. Okay, I'll be doing one thing and start talking about God out of nowhere. But anywho, you know what I'm saying? You ain't have to confess your sins. We not in the confessional. I don't want you to feel like I'm, you know what I'm saying? But at the same time, I don't want to stop it, because I don't know, maybe that was the Holy Spirit that was leading you to confess it. But you know what I'm saying? I'm not finna tell you that that's the reason that you went through X, Y, and Z is because you did. You know what I'm saying? That's something that you would have to. You have to go to God and get with Him about that. You said I work it for Him all the time. I try, but you would have to go to God about that. But I'm not gonna just tell you that that's the reason. Sometimes bad things happen. You know what I'm saying? So it don't mean that you did anything just terribly awful just because something bad happened to you. But simultaneously, I don't want to say that. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't know. That's between you and God. But yeah, you don't have to confess. You don't have to. I ain't even know that. Like, I'm just being real. You have to share that. You have to share that. But yeah, it's okay. You know what I'm saying? We not doing confessionals. You ain't have to share that. But I was just trying to share like that part of the Bible, because you know what I'm saying? Sometimes we don't realize maybe that's the spirit that you feel like you trying to get off of you. And I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But I can understand why you would ask that. But why you would say that now, because maybe it's a situation where I was explaining to you, in order to get a spirit away from you, you have to also simultaneously turn away from whatever sin. I didn't know what the sin was. You didn't have to tell me that. But there are certain things, like, you know what I'm saying, you can cleanse the area, especially if you feel like it is a spirit that is attacking you, because there are, you know, ways that witches and people, warlocks, they can send spirits to you. And you know, you don't have to use herbs. You could just call upon God and pray that He would cast those spirits away from you, and they have to leave. But simultaneously, along with that, I will also add, what I was saying is, if you carry on doing sin, then you are basically inviting demons back into your area. And that's the truth. You know what I'm saying? It can't be a situation where you're asking God to get evil spirits away from you, while simultaneously you're condoning in whatever kind of sin, and you're basically welcoming evil spirits into your space. Okay? And we're going to say that, and that's the end of it. We're going to say that, and that's that. But there are different herbs that are healing herbs. There are different remedies that you can do that will get like certain kinds of attacks, because there are people that will really try to put very powerful witchcraft on you, very evil and wicked things. And you know what I'm saying? There are different things that you can do, and a lot of them are like I said, like the book I was talking about in Tobit Some of them are hidden in the Bible. And you know what I'm saying? Some people don't even know this. But it's the truth. You know what I'm saying? But I just did a deep side like I was actually telling somebody else for somebody. But you know what I'm saying? It is some things that you can find in the Bible. But in reality, when it comes down to it, all you got to do is call upon God and repent and pray that that spirit will leave you alone, and that spirit has no choice but to leave. And you know what I'm saying? As long as you are not partaking in whatever sin, then you going to be all right. Now, if it's a situation where you insist on carrying on with whatever sin, then you going to have to carry on dealing with that demon, because the demon ain't going to do nothing but come right back with a few of his friends. And that's just the truth of it. And this is something that I learned, you know what I'm saying, not only just from everyday life, from being a minister, but also from classes that I have taken on casting away demons. It's like, I'm just being honest, you know what I'm saying? He gonna come back, and he gonna come back with some of his friends. And that's why a lot of people that do, you know what I'm saying, practice casting out demons, they give you a full form that you have to fill out, and it have to be a situation where you really are willing to repent of everything and anything that you have done, because it ain't gonna be no situation where you call me out to wherever you are, and I come over there and I do my thing and I cast all the demons away, and you calling me back tomorrow talking about the demons came back or the demons still here. Nah, when I left, the demons was gone. Okay. I know for a fact when I left, the demons was gone. What did you do within the past 24 hours, bro? That, you know what I'm saying? And I want it to be, because, you know what I'm saying, if you come back as, you know, the person that's getting rid of the demons, you walk back into that, they're going to be ready to attack you. Obviously, because they feel like you keep kicking them out of their own house. And that's just real. I'm in shock, y'all. I can't believe I got a little tomato growing. I don't even know what kind of tomato it is. I guess we're going to see. We just going to have to see which one. I don't even know. I moved the pots around, so I don't know if this was the pot that had the cherry tomatoes or the tropical sunset tomatoes. I don't know. I don't know what kind of tomatoes I got growing on. Now I know what seeds I put in there, but it's not sprouting from where the seeds are. And that makes me feel like, but it could be. I don't know. We're going to see, I guess, y'all. Whatever it is, I'm going to grow it. I know you said that last time, that all warlocks are not evil. I get it. I get it. But I'm just being honest. And you know what I'm saying? This is just, I was asked the question. Well, I don't know if I was asked the question, but I had to, you know what I'm saying? I'm going to go ahead and say whatever God leads me to. Because I have been in a position where people will literally go out their way to just curse me just because that's what they feel like doing today. And I don't like it. You know what I'm saying? I'm just being real. And just because you know how to do something don't mean that you got to go around, you know, attacking people for no reason. And I get what you said. Everybody that practice that is not like that. It's understood. But I'm just being real. Oh, that breeze feels so. I need a fan. I know I keep on saying that. But I do. I need a fan. I need a fan. I need a fan. It's hot. Ooh. I also need a moisture reader, but I used to have one, but I'm gonna have to get another one, obviously, because that one I think it was. I think I had that when I was staying in the tray in the bottom. What's up, y'all? Ooh, it is hot. It's a beautiful day today. So I'm happy I'm able to come and chill outside real quick. My son was taking a nap when I came out here. And I should have brought my charger out here. I'm gonna put my hair up. If y'all wondering why I won't go in the house to get it, because my mom is mopping the floor and I ain't trying to be rude. Well, she was getting ready to when I came out here, and I wanted to hurry up and come out here before she mopped the floor. Woo! That's good. All right, that's good. Oh my god, I was hot. Let me see if I got a charger in the bag. Oh, I do. Well, is that the charger I need? I have a plug, but is that a charger? Dang, I lost the mail trying to get this thing out of here. Found a plug, and that is absolutely awesome. So we won half the battle. Let's see. Do I have a plug to it? I don't know if I'm that lucky. There go another plug. I had a plug in the purse that I got sitting in. Nope. Oh, the question is it right to be a warlock? Can I be a warlock? I mean, see, that's a difficult question. If the question is for me, okay, because from my perspective, I'm all the way, you know what I'm saying, a Christian. And from my perspective, honestly, ours is like Micah, the prophet. Okay, if you go, you know what I'm saying, try to compare and contrast me to any one of the prophets, I feel like I'm similar to Micah. You can do whatever you want to do. But is God gonna be happy with it? No. But you can do whatever you want to do. Is it possible? Yes. Is it a situation where somebody is gonna stand in front of you and be like, no, you can't do that? No. You can do whatever you want to do. But you know what I'm saying? It ain't no promise that God is gonna be okay with it. And that's just, you know what I'm saying? That's my way of answering it. You know what I'm saying? If you was asking me. I'm just being real. You know what I'm saying? I ain't trying to hurt nobody's feelings. I really don't be yeah, I feel you. And that's why, you know what I'm saying, I answered that just the way that is the simplest way to answer that is to say, you know, can you? You know what I'm saying? It's not to say that you can't. You know what I'm saying? You could go out and buy books and go to classes and go join the covenant and all kind of thing. But when it come down to it, is God okay with it? You know what I'm saying? So it just depends on what exactly are you asking. Cause like, you know what I'm saying? If you just asking me if you can do something, you can do whatever you want to. Can't nobody stop you from carrying on. You know what I'm saying? I do too. You know what I'm saying? I respect people's beliefs. It's not a situation where I'm controlling or I'm trying to control anybody. But if you coming on here asking me as a prophet, Star, is God okay with me doing X, Y, and Z? He said himself that he not okay with it. So, you know what I'm saying? I don't understand. You know, I'll just be real. But if it's a situation where you asking me if it's possible to do something, yeah, it's possible. You do whatever you want to do. We all have free will, baby. Sure do. We all have free will. You really can do whatever you want to do, and carry on however you want to carry on. But when it come down to it, it ain't no promise that you gonna make it to heaven. You know what I'm saying? If you carry on doing something that God don't like, and that's just real. But yeah, I respect that you can feel how you want to feel, and you know what I'm saying. I hope everybody is happy with Bayelsa, but I ain't trying to come out here and lie to nobody because I don't want no blood on my hands. And I don't want it to be a situation where, Star, you could have said X, Y, and Z, but you didn't. And because you ain't said no, I don't want no smoke with God. And because I don't want no smoke with God, I'm going to go ahead and say, if these flies don't come up away from me, bro, they keep on trying to sip on my beard and sit on my leg. They flies, bro. Trying to get drunk and lay out. And you know what I don't understand is one thing, you know what I'm saying, if some of the beer slip out, you know, on the table or something, and they get a sip of the beer, why they gotta try to lay out on my leg? Why do they have to lay out on my purse? Why they can't go to that side of the greenhouse? Why do they have to sit right up under me? This greenhouse not that small, bro. They ain't gotta be right up under me. That's why I like. That's why they is being evicted and the frogs are being welcomed in, bro. Because it don't make no sense if they feel like they gotta sit up under me like this. Jeez. Whew. Yeah, I do love this little salsa chair, but y'all know the original chair that I wanted for my garden was the little swing. It's like, y'all know the little swing that you have, like the little, what is it? The egg chair. That's what I really wanted. I wanted an egg chair. But you know what I'm saying? The egg chair is just so dang expensive, yo. And okay, son, when I got this chair, I got it, you know, when I was moving into my trailer. And I was like, dang, how in the world, if I decide that I'm going to move my trailer, am I going to be able to move the little egg chair around? And then it's wild because I ended up moving next to somebody in the trailer that had a little egg chair. I was like, dang, I could have had it. It said it right outside. But now it's a situation due to the fact that my little salsa chair is sitting in here. I guess it could have sat like this, but it would have been real difficult trying to get to the plants back here. But I guess I could have like put it in the back in the corner or something like that. But I don't know. I don't see how that would have worked out. I don't think that would have worked out. Even though this stand fit right here, but where it's at is at the, I don't know, it might have would have fit on the side. It looked like it would have. I might could, you know what I'm saying? Once I get my monies together, all the ways together, possibly I might, you know what I'm saying? Eventually. You know, multiple warlocks actually. Do your thing, friend. Okay, so there's probably some people I know that are actually witches and warlocks, but you know what I'm saying? Down south, they typically keep it secret. Trying to keep it to themselves. Hey, man. I know it's some people that, ooh, that was a big old young. It's the people that I've known that, you know what I'm saying? that practice in that stuff, they dabble in that stuff that made it known to me, regardless if they made it known to me recently or back in the day. But it's some people that dabble in that out here. But typically in these southern states, they try to like, they keep it on the hush hush. It's a secret. Most people don't go around, and it's wild, but that's how people be out here. Mm. And I guess I was an anomaly because when I used to practice that there, I wasn't quiet about it. I let it be known, but I ain't got time for that. You said you had some people attack you and you made it out. Maybe people stay attacking me. I know, but I'm good. It be a situation where people like it's so many people that watch me on a daily basis. I'm pretty sure it's at least a handful of people that attack me on a daily basis. But God got that. I don't even worry about it. And I know it because when I used to model before I was, you know what I'm saying, before I decided to give my life back to God and I was modeling and carrying on with New Age and all that, baby, it was a situation where it was somebody cursing me every single day. I had no idea where it was coming from. It was so many people following me, looking at my pictures. It was no telling who it was that was, you know what I'm saying? And it could possibly be a situation where it was just random people just because they felt some type of way. And you know what I'm saying? Which is why I feel like sometimes it's exhausting. You know what I'm saying? Living that way and having to constantly, you know what I'm saying, deal with people attacking you and you gotta take them back and they attack you again. You gotta take them back and they attack you. Ain't nobody got time for that. I'm covered by the blood. And that's the end of it. I ain't gotta deal with that, man. I'm not finna deal with it. I'm not finna go back and forth with you. I am not. There is be a situation where I pray all the archangels are surrounding me, surrounding my house, standing on guard on this block, and dang it, if somebody try to send an evil spirit to me, I pray that God strike them, thank you. And that's the end of, we not gonna go back and forth with you. I don't feel like you said some of them have a right hand for you with Jesus in their heart. Okay then. You said shake my head. I'm telling the truth. I'm not gonna do that. I ain't finna deal with it. I done had to deal with some things. I've been in experiences where I was literally completely surrounded by people that were all trying to curse me at the same time, and I slept peaceful every night. Okay, without a problem. And you know what I'm saying? And that's just real. And it's because God stand guard. You know what I'm saying? And if he wants you to do well and prosper and you are doing what he asked you to do and living your life in his will, it is literally impossible that anybody is going to be able to stand against you. And that's just what it is. And it shouldn't be a situation where you're doing exactly what God asked you to, and anybody is trying to come in between that and take that and stop that anyways. But people still will, because in reality the enemy is upset because he lost the battle already. And you know what I'm saying, it's impossible that the devil will ever be able to win the war between him and God, because God won it already. It's over, and that's just the end of it. But that don't mean he ain't gonna try to take down as many people as he possibly can on his way down to the pit. So you know what I'm saying? And it's a situation where I'm just sitting back, minding my business, trying to save as many people as possible. But you know what I'm saying? I do understand that there are some people that are gung H. Y'all already know about following the devil down to hell. Do your thing. Mine is like whatever floats your boat. But you know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna sit up here and lie to you. I'm gonna tell you the truth. You know what I'm saying? And it ain't no situation. I don't want you to end up down there, because I don't feel like it's a fun. It ain't no party. It's not fun. It's not a situation where you finna be balling out of control down there. It's misery, sadness, and depression. But you know what I'm saying? It is like, you know what I'm saying? It is what it is. I also know that I can't force nobody to do nothing. And honestly, I am exhausted. I am tired after what I've been through. The way my ex, you know what I'm saying, had my heart as a 4-course meal, chewed it up and spit it out. I'm tired. I am. And I'm just trying to relax and be cool, calm, and collected while I wait on God to come through for me the way He said He gonna come through for me. And I'm trying my best not to become impatient and not to become irritant and, you know, frustrated and etc. I'm just trying to be coping steady. And dang it, I can't stunt. These flies about to drive me nuts. If they don't leave it, I'm really like, and I can't stunt. I'm really being nice. Because I have one of them fly zappers. You know, the little mosquito and fly zappers. And I like, I just really want to go and charge it and bring it out here and just sit, 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 sit. Which I'm probably gonna do. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it and I'm sick of it some more. Oh, thank you, Lord. That brings me so good. Ooh. Said people look for the devil. Mm, I don't agree with that part. With that other comment, the God and the devil is within. You said you feel like Job. I feel you. Sometimes I have had moments in my life where I felt like Job, and I was constantly wondering why God was allow me to go through certain things. And you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that it's the same for everybody, but it's kind of like sometimes I feel like the answer is sometimes right in front of you or like right there. And it's like the answer that you don't want to accept. It's the answer that you don't want to. I don't know. Some people they answer is so obvious, it's so clear, and it's so easy for them to realize that that is the answer. But instead of them accepting that as the answer, they insist on fighting with God. And when you put yourself in a position where you are consistently fighting with God and trying to go against what He said, it'll be a situation where you ain't doing nothing but pissing yourself off. And you know what I'm saying? Like in reality, I didn't have to, I feel like I did not have to be in Austin as long as I was, but I stayed out there as long as I did because I didn't want to have to ask my mom for help to get back to Houston. And I didn't want to ask her for help to get back to Houston because I was tired of people, like, you know what I'm saying, basically messing with me and trying to act like I was like a big, you know, big ASS kid because I was staying with my mom and I'm in my 30s and etc. But you know what I'm saying? In reality, it was a situation where I really did need her and I should have just went ahead and asked. But the answer was right there. But I didn't want to ask because, you know what I'm saying? And sometimes your ego will get in the way, yo. I'm just being real. Sometimes your ego will get in the way. And it'll be a situation where the answer was right there in front of you and you ain't even see it. You said you had the Father with me. I feel you. I try to have him with me all the time because it be tough out here. I just noticed that the stand that I have for my pepper plant is not about to hold up too much longer. But sometimes it be like that. But I can't stunt. Part of it, thank you. But I feel like part of it with me is I also was a little hurt because I didn't want to have to leave all my stuff. And I had asked my sister to come out there and get me, and she act like she ain't want to come. But you know what I'm saying? I know, my bad, y'all. I'm sitting up here trying to mess with this bag and talk at the same time. But that did it kind of hurt. You know what I'm saying? I was already going through the heartache. Oh, I did have some zip ties. I'm gonna put these in the stuff real quick. But I was already going through the hurt of what I was going, you know what I'm saying, of my ex breaking my little heart and making me feel some kind of way. And then, you know what I'm saying, for my sister to do me that way. And I felt, you know what I'm saying, this is an emergency. You know what I'm saying? It ain't no situation where I'm just trying to bother with you. It ain't no situation where I'm trying to, you know what I'm saying, get on your nerves or nothing, but I need you right now. You know what I'm saying? And the fact that she ain't come through for me, I was like, dang, bro. I can't say. And you know what I'm saying? I'm hard. You know what I'm saying? I'm the type of person, I don't really wear my heart on my sleeve. I don't really talk about my feelings and my emotions like that. But she broke my heart. She really did. And he already had broke my heart. But then what my sister did, that really just shattered my heart. My feelings were hurt so bad, I couldn't even, like, I didn't even know how to feel. I really didn't. And it ain't to say that I'm gonna be ignoring my sister forever. But at this point, I'm so dang hurt by what she did that I can't even look at her right now. I'm really hurt. I really am. And I know she probably wondering it because I received messages that kind of go along with that. But I am. I'm really hurt. She broke my heart. I can't believe she just left me out there like that. Even if all she was gonna do was pick me up and drop me off over here, at the very least she could have came and got me. At the very least she could have called me and said like she couldn't make it or something was going, anything, bro. Instead of just leaving me stranded. That ain't real. She would feel some kind of way if I would have did her like that. If it would have been the other way around and I was the one that did her like that, I would be enemy number one and all my family would be pulling up to my house to cuss me out and go off on me. But since it's me, it's okay. Nah, bruh. She shouldn't have did me like that. That ain't real. I have every right to feel some kind of way. What kind of sister are you? Okay. There she go. Now you got something to lean up on. Okay. I had to give my little fling. I had just noticed that, you know what I'm saying, the stand that I gave it. See, that's how big it then got. It ain't got so dang big that, you know what I'm saying, the stand that I originally had for it is like, you know what I'm saying, too short. So I had to give it another little stand. They getting big. I'm happy. Oh, my little, I was talking about them yesterday. My other little pepper plant, it didn't grow up a little bit because last night when I was looking at it, it wasn't as tall as it is. And now that today, I guess now that it's a weight, it's a situation where it's almost at the top of this little stand over there. So I'm probably gonna have to extend this stand too. Whew. I don't know what you talking about over there, so I'm not even going. I can't say. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just being real. Because what are you talking about? Why in the world do you? Because I feel like on a daily basis, it's a lot of people that can sit around and pray to God without looking crazy. So, what is it that you have going on that is causing you to look crazy when you hear from God? But see, that's why I ain't really want to, you know what I'm saying, dabble with what you was talking about yesterday because you was kind of getting a little left, you know what I'm saying? When yesterday you first said you was in your 20s and then at the end you said you was in your 60s. And then, you know what I'm saying, today I was talking about one thing and then you started talking about something else. And I don't know what you got going on, friend. But you know what I'm saying? In reality, just because you hear the voice of God does not mean that you are crazy. Like, you know what I'm saying? And in reality, I feel like most people are not even like, you know what I'm saying? A lot of people have mental problems, but it shouldn't be a situation where, you know, if you gotta take your medications and it's a situation, if you don't, it's a problem. I feel like you can get kind of dangerous when you don't take your medicine. And I just feel like that's the difference between somebody that has to be in a mental ward and somebody that don't. Because if you are if it's a situation where you are trying to attack people that did nothing, you know what I'm saying? If you trying to attack people out of nowhere and you trying to hurt people out of nowhere, then it's a situation where I will understand why somebody is going to feel some kind of way. But, you know what I'm saying? I've worked with people in a nursing home that, you know what I'm saying, seem like sometimes they will talk to themselves a little bit. Now, I don't. But, you know what I'm saying? I didn't see that happen before. And it just be a situation where sister's stressed out. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just being real. In reality, the only reason you finna be on some kind of medication and you need to be in a straitjacket and you need to be X, Y, and Z is a situation where you kind of unhinged. You attacking people out of nowhere. You sitting up here, you know what I'm saying, doing all kinds of crazy stuff, bro, which most people are not doing. A lot of people have to deal with PTSD. A lot of people have to deal with, you know what I'm saying? But even the way that you talking on here saying that you have friends that are sorcerers and warlocks and all this kind of, you don't know what kind of people you attaching yourself to and all that kind of stuff, bro. You got to be careful, yo. It's like you maybe, I don't know if you inviting demons around you or what you got going on, which is why I didn't even really want to speak on it yesterday. And like you brought it into the chat again today. God dang. And I'm trying to be nice. I really am. But I can't stay. Yo, you just like, come on, man. Like, what is speaking with God and praying to God, and it shouldn't be nothing wrong with that. It's like, I'm from the South, bro. We go around being like, Lord have mercy and God give me strength all day long, and don't nobody bat an eye. It shouldn't be a situation where somebody is looking at you like you crazy because you talking to God, bro. Now, if you sit around having a whole conversation with yourself, yeah, we gonna sit and give you a side eye, bro, because who are you talking to? But it's a whole difference between praying and sitting around talking, because I seen both. Okay. I used to work in a psych ward. I've seen both. I've seen a situation where somebody was just, you know what I'm saying, praying to God, Lord, give me strength, because you know good and well I'm sick and tired of X, Y, and Z, and I'm sick of this and I'm sick of that. That is somebody praying. And it's the difference between somebody sitting and talking in midair to absolutely nobody. I told you to stop that. You need to stop following me, and you looking like ain't nobody over there. It's a difference. It's a difference. There is a huge difference. There is a huge difference. Huge. Baby, I'm just being real. I'll just be real. We gonna have to go ahead and put that out there. It's the difference now. People sit around and talk to God all day long and don't nobody bat an eye, because we already know who they talk about. It ain't nothing wrong with praying to God, because your manager might be getting on your nerves. It could be a situation where the customers is getting on your nerves. I was talking about a situation yesterday. I had just folded up the pants, perfect and neat, and a man came in the store and sat down right on top of the pants. Pissed me off. And then on top of that, it was a chair right next to the area he decided to sit at. I'm like, sir, there's a chair right there. You know, some people will really go out of their way to piss you off. And it'd be a situation where you have to be like, Lord, give me strength. And ain't nobody finna look at you as if it's something wrong with you about that. Now, if you sit around talking in midair to absolutely nobody, yeah, we all gonna be confused. I'm just being real. You said funny time, man. I'm telling the truth, all the truth, and nothing but the truth, bro. It's a difference. There's a complete difference. There's a difference, dang it. If these flies don't stop trying to steal my bill. It's It's a difference. Nah, y'all can have a kid. Ain't nothing in them. It's a difference. And I've seen people do both, bro. And typically when I see somebody praying to God, I understand. I can see what they upset about and why they are having to stop, wait for a second, and take a calm down. And you know what I'm saying? But when it's a situation where somebody is just outright arguing with themselves, bro, it's the difference. And there's somebody that then read the Bible through and through, bro. I ain't never, you know what I'm saying, read a book where it was a situation where a prophet that was speaking to God was sitting around talking to themselves looking crazy. Typically, when they were speaking to God, it's either a situation where somebody asked them a question and they gave them the answer and walked off, or it's a situation where they fell asleep, had a dream, and woke up and told somebody what it meant. But it's not typically a situation. Don't confuse people that, you know what I'm saying, are demonically possessed with somebody that is speaking with God, because it's a HE double hockey sticks of a difference. It is. It's a difference. Trust me, it's a difference. It's a difference. People that are demonically possessed will run out into the middle of the street attacking cars for no apparent reason, yo. There is a difference. There is a difference, yo. Baby. Woo. Baby, it feel like it is getting hotter. What time? It's 4 o'clock. You say you love me too. I'm just being real, y'all. It ain't nothing wrong with praying to God, but it is something wrong. If you sit around arguing with yourself, it's a whole difference between taking a second to pray to God. You know what I'm saying? You having a hard time. It's a difference between that. It's a baby. It's a difference. It's a difference, and it's a difference about. Baby, it is so hot in here. Okay, that brings good. Thank you all. I said it's so hot, and the wind came in through the window. Y'all remember that part of the Bible when what is his name? Sheesh, and I'm thinking about him right now. When Jonah was clowning, he got mad because he finally went to Nineveh like God said, and he got there and told them people what they were supposed to do. He went to the king and said, if y'all don't repent, God said he's shutting this whole city down, and I'm finna go outside in the gates, and I'm finna watch him shut the city down. And stumped out of there and dusted his feet and sat at top of the hill and crossed his arms and was waiting on the city to be destroyed, and got mad because the people repented. And he started cussing and acting a fool. And God built him a tree. God grew him a tree so that because it was hot. And then he started praising God like, thank you for the tree. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Then he got mad when God destroyed it. And you know what I'm saying? God spoke to him and said, so you mad at me because I got rid of the tree that was giving you shade while you sit up here and cuss about the city not being destroyed, but you not mad or glad about the fact that the city didn't have to be destroyed because they were fitted. Do you understand? You know what I'm saying? Some of the prophets was funny, bro. I feel like most people don't be reading the Bible like I be reading the Bible, bro. This man really sat there and got mad with God because he didn't destroy the city. He got upset because they repented. I feel like he really didn't get upset exactly because I feel like he wasn't exactly mad because the city was destroyed, wasn't destroyed per se, but he was really mad because he was being a punk and he was scared to go there to such an extent that he ended up getting swallowed by a whale and spit out in front of the city. And you know what I'm saying? That probably was embarrassing. You know what I'm saying? And then he went there by force and had to go up there and tell them what God said by force. And then they repented. And it was like he was scared and acting like a punk and he ain't even have to. It was unnecessary. It was so he could have literally skipped all them steps and just went to the city, said what God said, got it over with, and they would have repented and it would have been fine. But because he was being a fuck in a situation where he ended up getting into it with the people on the boat, getting thrown off the boat, swallowed by a whale, like sometimes we be taking ourselves through like hell, literally trying to ignore what God said and go around what God said, and it'd be a situation where if you would have just went ahead and did what God said, it would have been a lot easier. I don't know if that was for somebody, you know what I'm saying? But I was reminded of that by the wind coming in, but like, you know what I'm saying? I said it was hot, then the wind just blew in through the window. Out of nowhere. I would need him to do that again because I'm hot. But some people do be doing that. You know what I'm saying? It would be easier to just go ahead and be obedient. You say he cried about the donkey that got beat in the Bible. I don't think I ever. I don't know. You said the way you laughing at me. I'm serious. Come on. It's hot. I gotta get a fan for in here. It is kind of blowing though, but see what I need a window back here too. It's windows on this side. It's windows on this side, but it ain't of no help because they all closed because they on the wall of the house. But you know, these windows is kind of the only way that I'm able to get any kind of air in here. And the door, but the door keep closing. Okay, just as I said that the door just as I said that the door blew open a little bit so the air can come in. This is so wild, yo. Baby, it is literally just staying like that. It stayed like that for a little bit, like somebody was. Thank you. Because it's hot in here. And I threw it up on top of the greenhouse before I came in here, but it keep flying back down. You said blessings, okay? Glory to God, for real, for real. Because it's hot up in here. I got to get a fan. I got to get a fan. Jesus, I need a fan. Whew. But I am so happy to find a tomato plant hiding, y'all. And I didn't even, it's wild because what made me look at it is I had clipped off some of the leaves. I saw the leaves was dying off, and at first I thought it was part of the basil bush that's over there. And that's what I assumed it was. And then I went over and, I was sitting and looking from over here. I was like, that ain't no basil leaves. So all the leaves look different. I don't know if y'all noticed that, but they do. Let me show you. Okay. See, the cucumber leaves are big like that down there. Then it's basil leaves in the pot next to it. And that's basil over there too in the corner. So we're not going to pay attention to that. Then over here, we have the basil bush and the tomato plant. I don't know if you can see it, but it's kind of like on point. It's kind of like right over here. The leaves are different. And you see how the basil leaves to the pepper leaves, they all have different leaves. Now the different peppers, they have the same kind of leaves because they're all pepper plants. But One thing I learned about plants is that they do look different, and they have different kinds of leaves. Even when it comes to carrot leaves look completely different. And then asparagus leaves, they look different. And you know what I'm saying? Some of my herbs, they call it twigs, but their leaves look different. And even the flower leaves back here, the strawberry leaves, all the plant leaves look different. And it's wild because they all plants, but the leaves are all shaped in different shapes. And that's how I was able to look over there. And I was looking at the basil, and I was looking at it because I was like, that leaf look different. What is that? And then I went over there and said, that's the day. And you know, I'm looking at the stem too, because the stem look different. And tomato stems have what would look like, it's kind of like a little extension of the roots coming out all the way up. And you know what I'm saying? I'm looking at it, and I'm looking at the stem. I'm like, that look like a tomato stem. And then I'm looking at the leaf print, like that don't look like a, that look like a tomato leaf. And I went over and looked, there's a tomato plant. I don't even know where it came from, because it can't be. I don't think it's time. It's been enough time for the seeds that I sowed the other day to be that big. So I don't even know what kind of tomato plant that is. I don't know where it came from. I'm confused. I have no idea where it came from. I didn't saw no tomato plants in there until, you know, the other day. So I have no idea what kind of tomato plant that is, but I am grateful that it's there, because I thought all my tomato plants was gone through. But there she is, growing up underneath. She's been growing up underneath the basil. In the pot, I thought it wasn't gonna grow over there because the basil was so, you know what I'm saying? But I guess it was already maybe the tomato plant that I had in there had already sown some seeds, and it was just waiting on the perfect time to sprout up. Cause there it is. I ain't even plant that. I hope and pray, you know what I'm saying, once I have my own little land that is like this, and it's a situation where I have plants that I didn't even plant growing in my garden, and I'm just got just an abundance, y'all. Just every time I look up something that's growing out of nowhere, I pray to God it's like that, because oh we. Ooh. Baby, it look like it's some grass growing in my rug, y'all. That's gonna make me upset. I like my little rug. I like my little black and white rug. That's gonna make me mad. I need to wash it. I'm gonna have to find me. I have a broom, but I feel like it's been raining so much that I can't even really bring my broom out here. I gotta wait until it stopped raining so much. He says you're healing from autism. I feel like sometimes people have to deal with different things, you know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying that I know what it feels like to be autistic, but I can say when it comes down to it, everybody is born different. And sometimes your differences, sometimes our differences are beautiful things, and sometimes it can be things that we are not too much privy about. I have a, you know what I'm saying, I have a tongue, a speech impediment, but you know what I'm saying, and I never imagined that it would be a situation where God would call me to be a prophetess. Why? Because I have a speech impediment and my tongue is twisted. And you know what I'm saying, seriously, I had to take speech classes when I was younger. I had to take them for years. I used to get bullied about it. And when it come down to it, I still do. There are still people that try to talk about me. They try to talk about, sometimes I end up stuttering. Sometimes it's a situation where I cannot pronounce a word properly. But in reality, I just hold to the faith that God called me to do what he called me to do. And in reality, this is the same thing that Jesus, I'm thinking about him right now. I was thinking about him before I even started talking, and Moses had to deal with. Moses had to deal with a speech impediment. His impediment was so serious that he actually had Aaron speak for him. And you know what I'm saying? And I just feel like when it comes down to it, sometimes we are just born with things that will make us feel as if we are not good enough or as if it's something wrong with us. But in reality, God made you exactly the way he wanted you to be. And, you know, you may find it hard or find it difficult, as sometimes I do, because when it come down to it, it's not to say that I'm always having a bunch of people that are just marching around and clapping for me and proud of me that I'm doing what I'm doing. And I really truly feel if it was a situation where I didn't have my speech impediment, people would even more so feel some type of way and even more so want to attack me and even more so want to come after me and feel as if, well, she thinks she all that and she think this and she think that. And I've had to deal with that so much. And it's wild because in my life, I have went through so many hardships. I have had so many times where I literally was going through pure hell, and people still will turn around and fix their mouth to say that I think a certain kind of way about myself, and I'm looking down at other people, and I am literally just trying to exist in peace. But that's how some people are. Long story short, don't look at whatever hardship that you're going through as something that is intended to hurt you. Sometimes it's not. And you know what I'm saying? I could sit around and feel that way about my speech impediment, but I just feel like I'm using that as an example for you. Because sometimes we have to go through certain things. Sometimes we have to go through even dealing with other people. You know what I'm saying? I'm it's like I ask God every day why I had to deal with what I had to deal with my ex. I asked God why I had to be in a position that I was in Austin. Why did I have to go through this? Why did I have to go through that? But sometimes God is not going to reveal why you had to experience certain things and why you had to go through certain things at the time that you want him to. But you know what I'm saying? Eventually in your future, he will. And that's what I have to say about that. Oh, I should have brought my little plus water. Oh, thank you, Lord. Don't open the breeze. Don't open a little bit, but we got some breeze coming in. Thank you, Lord. But I don't know if you're talking about the father, you're talking about the Catholic priest. But I just feel like when it come down to it, it's not always easy to give a full-blown explanation as to why we have to go through the hardships that we're going through or why we end up going through certain things. But that's what happens sometimes. Because, baby, I like, you know what I'm saying? You said, God, I understand because I can't sing. When my ex was taking me through what he was taking me through and being abusive and, you know what I'm saying, and cheating on me, like, I could not understand. Like, there were many times when we were living in that townhouse that I worked so hard to get for both of us. And I was trying to make it perfect and, you know, beautiful for both of us. And it just felt like he was deliberately going out of his way to make me as miserable as he possibly could. And I do remember us fighting and me crying out to God, why is this happening to me? Like, I could not understand. I still don't. And you know what I'm saying? I feel so emotional about it because he texting me today and getting mad at me because I'm not finna sneak around with him. I refuse. After all the hell that he put me through, I am not. He is not finna do me like that. And I mean it. And I'm just like, I'm tired of him. I'm so sick of him. I don't know what to do with myself. No, I'm not finna sneak around with you. No, I'm not finna become your mistress. No, you are not finna treat me like that. I'm sick of you. I'm sick of you. I'm sick of you. And I'm sick of you some more. And I have been through so many times in my life of having to cry out to God and ask him, why am I having to go through this? Why? I went out of my way. I'm pretty sure the townhouse that we were staying in was far better than that apartment that he's staying in with her. But he act like she is the best thing that he has ever met. I'm pretty sure I gave him some of the best gifts. I put forth so much effort, and it's just like he acts like I did absolutely nothing, and then turn around and you ain't really trying to get me back, and you ain't really trying to this, and you ain't really. No, I am not. I should not have to do anything. If it's a situation where you want me back, you would pack your bags and leave, and that's the end of it. I'm not arguing with you about this. I'm not dancing for you. I'm not. Don't we not finna do that? I refuse. I refuse. I have been through too much. I refuse. That's the end of it. I'm not doing it. You can kiss my ass. I'm not a jester, and I'm not gonna put on no show for you. I'm sure that I like to wear makeup, but I ain't no dang clown. I'm not putting on a show for you. I refuse. And it's some things that I like. Once again, some things I done been through that I'm moments in life where I have to ask God, why? Why am I having to deal with this? Why? Why am I? What did I do wrong? You know what I'm saying? I'm just being real. Sometimes it's a situation where you gotta ask God. You will feel like I go through stuff too. For real, for real. I sure do. That's wild. You say you thinking of learning sign language? I would try. I feel like that would be an interesting thing to learn. You left. I feel you. It can be hurtful when you give your heart to somebody and they like completely betray you like that. It's so hurtful. Like, and I feel like some people don't even understand. They don't understand how it feels. They don't understand the amount of pain that it puts you through. And it's just like, just the fact that he even contacted me with that mess today, it made me feel like all this man is really trying to do is cause stress, havoc, and mayhem in my life. You know what I'm saying? That's what it feels like. Like all he is trying to do is be an enemy to me. Because why in the world do you think that I want to be your mistress and you are literally living with and you have the mistress pregnant, the woman you were cheating on me with pregnant, the woman that you have been doing? It's just like, it's so disrespectful. And it's like, he don't even, you so fake and you ain't really real and you ain't really this. And baby, it took everything within me not to just cuss him out. It really did. And I'm trying my best to be as nice and polite as possible. But it's like when it really comes down to it, I ain't nobody got time for that. I ain't desperate now. And I don't, you know what I'm saying? I don't know what he think he got going on, but I'm dying. I know people. I have friends. And when my son get ready to go back to school, I know, baby, I have friends. I have places that I can go and hang out and get to know people and etc. It ain't finna be no situation where I'm trying to search and knock stuff over to get to him. And it ain't no situation where I'm trying to do X, Y, and Z just to make him happy. Baby, I ain't got time for that. Because as far as I'm concerned, he haven't did nothing to make me happy. He has not been putting forth any effort to make me happy. All he has been doing is trying to keep a smile on that chick face, and that is not my, like, no, I'm not dealing with it. He may have missed the memo, but I know I made it a public announcement. I made a full video about it and said, I am living my life for me, and I mean it. I'm doing what makes me happy, period. You said be partners in crime. We can't be partners in crime because he's more so a partner in crime with her than he is with me. So that's where he needs to stay at. He had that chance already, and he chose to be a partner in crime with somebody else. And because of that, I don't have time for it. I'm not finna play with him. He not finna sit around and stumble and kick all up on my heart. I don't have time for that. I'm not in the mood for that. I love me, you know what I'm saying? I love me some lotto, but I ain't in the mood for I ain't finna, you know what I'm saying? I ain't in the mood to do what she doing, okay? Because it's like completely different situation, scenario and situation. Me and the girl that he got pregnant, we not friends, we not cool, we are sworn enemies. It ain't no situation where I'm gonna be smiling and taking pictures with her. It ain't no situation where we gonna be cool. It ain't no situation as I'm gonna want to be, you know what I'm saying? You said allow people to be true to themselves. I feel you. And that's why I'm kind of like, I'm over here doing my thing and I want him to stay where he at doing his thing and to leave me alone. And ain't no situation where I'm blowing his phone up and you know what I'm saying, trying to get his attention and trying to go after him and chase after him. I'm not doing none of that. I am over here, mind y'all see what I've been doing, trying to focus on my garden and my son, bro. You know what I'm saying? It ain't no situation where I'm sitting around stressing about him and I'm trying to get over him. I am trying to get over him, but I have his number. Have I been calling him hour by the hour? No. Have I been trying to drive out to San Antonio to see him? No. Is it a situation where I'm trying to pull up to the apartment complex, to his job, to her job, and all that? No, we ain't doing it. Ain't nobody got time for that. You said free together or nothing. I don't have time for that. I don't know what you talking about. I know what I finna do. When I finish smoking this cigarette, I'm finna harvest my little bell. I said bell peppers, my jalapenos. I got some jalapenos. You said share my ambitions with my ace. I don't have no ace. I guess the closest thing I have to an ace right now is my baby, my son. I should go and get him so he could help me pick the jalapenos. I got some jalapenos. I'm hyped. I'm gonna make me some tacos tomorrow. Maybe I'll make me some breakfast tacos tomorrow. I am smoking a cigarette. I am. Baby sitting out here like Jody Bobble Daggy and smoking my cigarette and sipping my little drink in my little garden, minding my business, yo, okay? Trying to, baby, broad and sexy over here. See how my place is doing? Baby, about to take my little harvest in. I'm so happy. I got me a jalapeno or two. I'm gonna let the other ones grow a little bit. And I keep getting flowers, so I'm definitely gonna take the big ones off of there. You said Miss Baby Boy. He could never be trusted in your words. Yeah, it do sound like that. Because you know what I'm saying? And I can't stunt. I feel like towards the end, he was trying to be honest with me. But once I heard his honesty, it was kind of like horrifying. And I was like, and then it was like, I couldn't tell because his actions, it's kind of like, was he really being honest with me or was he lying to me and to her? I was just confused. And, you know, I don't like confusion. I feel like God is not the author of confusion. So I packed my stuff and I left. Ain't nobody got time for that. You know what I'm saying? It ain't finna be no situation where you coming to me and telling me that you got this, that, and the third going on. And this is what's really going on. And it's like, it looked like it. But at the same time, your actions, I hear what you're saying, but I also, you know what I'm saying? Like, I kept feeling like it wasn't that because, you know what I'm saying? I'm looking at the way he was moving and the things he was doing. Your mentor, unless you have a stick and you want to smoke, I have no idea what you're talking about, but carry on, I guess. Whatever floats your boat, free. Whatever floats your boat. But yeah, he confused the you know what ought to be. You laughing at me? I'm serious. I guess you know what I'm at. So I really have no control on what you're doing over there, anyways, bro. You know what I'm saying? I'm just being real. You said let's go. Okay. That ain't really got nothing to do with me. Whew, let me see what my phone charge is at. Oh, let me go get my charger. I'll be right back, y'all. I need to go get my charger because my phone's finna go dead. Woo. Okay. I'm back, y'all. Let me plug my phone up. Okay. Oh, got me a little list. Goddamn flies about to drive me up a wall. My purse over. Okay. Ooh. You said we all got responsibilities as men. Confused as what y'all mean by that, but okay. I don't know what y'all talking about on here. Oh man, that water. It's so hot. Ice cream. Sound like somebody on a 4-wheeler. I do miss that about being in a country off grid, man. I miss riding on the 4-wheelers. I know what are they called? The motorbikes, whatever you call them things. Well, I guess I got technically I have a motorbike. I have a motor scooter, but I do miss riding on the 4-wheeler on the dirt roads. That's what we used to have to use to take the trash out. We have to get on a little 4-wheeler and hook up the trailer and throw all the trash on the trailer and then take it to the little spot. Whew. I know it's a situation where these flies is getting on my nerves right now. But when I go in and the sun go down, my frog friends don't have a feast. It is DQ. DQ. That's what I like about Texas. But I know my frogs don't have a feast once the sun go down and the flies get tired. I don't know if y'all know this, but flies, they be having all the energy during the day. And they be like, zoop, 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 zoop. At nighttime, they be tired. They get tired too. They sure do. They get tired. And when they get tired, it be a situation where they so tired, you can just hit them just easily. You know what I'm saying? It's like be too tired to move. I think that's why frogs sleep during the day and they come out at night. It's smart. Because during the day, the flies is moving like this. But at nighttime, the flies is kind of lazy. And it's easy for the frog to just sit in one spot and just, you know what I'm saying, stick his little tongue out and get the flies, like, you know what I'm saying, with ease. I know y'all probably like, Star, you being dirty right now. I don't care. I'm serious. It is smart. I came outside right now for a reason too. Well, earlier, because you said rejoicing fatness. I'm not even fat. I need to gain weight. I was looking anorexic for the longest time. I was so dang skinny. But it made sense for me to come out early because I had, you know what I'm saying, I wouldn't have been able to notice what I did until, you know, unless it was daytime, because you can't really see the little eggs and stuff like that unless you can actually see it. And it ain't no sun out here. Yeah, like it ain't no, you know what I'm saying? He said the DQ is me being fat. My mama bought me this, and I'm gonna eat it. Period. What you mean? I'm appreciative. Dang it, you know what I'm saying? I am. I'm appreciative. I'm finna eat the little ice cream. It's hot out here. It is so hot. Dang it. What is the degrees right now? It's 89.8 degrees outside, yo. You said I was juicy. Okay, I used to be. I didn't got slim. And if you knew me while I was juicy, you know good and well I ain't give two flying F's about nobody calling me fat. So don't come on here and talk about me. He like, okay, I don't care. He's coming wrong, baby. Right plan, wrong man. I say now, so these men love them some thick women, baby. I'm just being real. But in reality, you know what I'm saying? I lost a lot of weight. I feel like the people that know me like that ain't even recognize me the last time I went out because I lost so much dang weight. I ain't even think about that. You know what I'm saying? I was going off on people. I was like, dang, you can't say hi? That was like, I didn't even know who you was. I didn't even know who you was. What you trying to say? I ain't say hi. I didn't even know you. That's how much weight I didn't lose. So I'm trying to, you know what I'm saying? And I don't want to say that I'm trying to get exactly to the size that I was, but simultaneously, I ain't trying to be flies about to get on my nerves. I ain't trying to be skinny forever. I ain't trying to be just like really thin, skinny, yo. Ever you laughing at Beto? Serious, yo. It was like I did. I got mad because I'm like that. You know what I'm saying? If it's a situation where we friends and I know you, there ain't gonna be no vibe where you finna walk past me and think you finna get away with. I'm finna say so. Hey, get back on me. Baby, be like, hey, you get back on. You ain't saying so you can't say hi. You know what I'm saying? And if I don't do that, then it's flies. I'm gonna say somebody. I'm gonna say for somebody. I am going to say something about it, dang it. You said that's why you laughing. I will. I ain't gonna be like, how dare you just walk past me? I know you saw me here. I try to say hi to everybody that you know what I'm saying? When I see people I know them, I'm gonna say hi. At least I'm gonna try. Now, don't get mad if I don't recognize you. And that's why I said, you know what I'm saying, the last time I went out, I realized that most people probably didn't recognize me because I lost so much weight. I didn't even think about that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because, you know what I'm saying, from my perspective, I don't know. I guess because I wasn't deliberately trying to lose weight or nothing like that. So from my perspective, I was just assuming that, you know what I'm saying? But I thought about it after, you know what I'm saying? That it's probably a situation where some people didn't recognize me because I look completely different. And then probably the only people that recognized me was people that, you know what I'm saying, like, you know, like, I don't know how to say it, like people that probably like listen to me talk or listen to me my conversation or listen to something like that, and then they peep, oh, that's StaR. Because I look different. You said I look amazing. Man, thank you. I feel like I'm so skinny. I don't like being this small. I like being heavyweight. I'm laughing, but I'm serious. I like being a heavyweight. Dang it. Okay. Should like be on that zero dang it, a good punch from a big one make you know what I'm saying? You gonna make you bump it, okay? You gonna be have to stumble a little bit. Catch one of these hands. You said that pressure. For real, that pressure, yo. That pressure, you gonna stumble a little bit. You gonna be dazed. I'm so silly. But I don't mind. I don't mind. You know what I'm saying? I grew up skinny. I grew up slim. But it's a situation where I ain't trying to. I'm comfortable being, you know what I'm saying, a little thickles, you know what I'm saying, strolling around this place. I ain't tripping about being thickles, yo. And I know, you know what I'm saying, as I get myself together, it's gonna be, it's probably inevitable because that's my genetics, you know what I'm saying. And it's like I have lost weight a few times, but it seems like every time I lose weight, once I get into my stability and I'm out of whatever sadness, especially when it comes to me getting my heart broke, I end up heartbroken and I lose all kind of weight, and then I be happy again and start gaining weight again. And then get a man again, he break my heart. I get depressed, get all skinny. It's just, I'm sick of it. And that goes to my first part. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no situation with being down here don't like big women because every time I end up pulling me one, I'm in my big girl era. And it's like I be minding my own business, not even worried about them. And they come out of nowhere. Hey, how you doing? Harassing me. Harassing me like these dang flies, yo. These flies won't leave me alone. They keep on trying to get to my drinks. They need to go to the baby. These flies. They need to go to the corner store and buy their own beer and buy their own water, bro. It should be those. Instead of him harassing me about mine, they about to get on my nerves. You laughing at me? I'm serious, yo. Every time I find me a man, it's a situation where I'm in my thick girl era, minding my own business, doing my own thing, yo. Hitting up the buffets and the restaurants and the this, that, and the third, and minding my own man. Here he come out of nowhere, yo. People be trying to come up out here. You know what I'm saying? When I was in my size, called me fat, baby. Fat where, goddamn. You know what I'm saying? And when I was fat, I was still fine. Goddamn, so fat you can make a glass. It's sitting right down on there. I think it's fine. It's just built like that. So I ain't even, baby. I ain't tripping about gaining no weight. And it's like, it's a situation where I ain't deliberately tried to, but I ain't deliberately not tried to either. I'm just living my life. I'm not trying to. I need to go ahead and connect the cayenne pepper plate to the stick, closer to the stick, so it can stay proper to. But it ain't no situation where I'm trying to, and it ain't no situation where I'm not trying to. I'm just doing my thing. And then she said, "You gotta go now. All right, Nick. Have you a good night. You love to eat at buffets. I do too. I do too. I take it as a personal challenge. All right, Nick. I hear you, Nick. Have you a good night. I take the buffets at a personal challenge, yo. I gotta see how many plates full, you know what I'm saying, depending on which kind, how many plates full. If I'm at, like, you know what I'm saying, American buffet, I want to see how many plates, how many meals I can eat at once, okay? Because I'm finna get my money's worth, okay? It ain't finna be no situation where you charging me the price that you charging me, and I'm just gonna eat one plate and come up out of there. We not doing that. It's gonna be a situation where I have several plates of catfish, several plates of, you know what I'm saying, the mac and cheese, and I gotta have the corn, and I gotta try the salad. I gotta have. Dang, that fly! Oh, it came all up in my ear, yo. Come on now. I gotta have several plates of what else they be having? Some of them be having the steaks in there. Some of them have barbecue, meatloaf. You know what I'm saying? We going all the way in. And if we had one of them, it was a seafood buffet, I got to have me several plates of crawfish, several plates of crabs, several plates of sausage and shrimp and all that, baby. I want everything. Personal challenge activated, yo. And it's not that I'm trying to be like Rasputia, because I'm thinking about, you said they're trying to clean my ears. I don't need no help. I cleaned my ears the other day. But I'm thinking about, what's the name of that movie in Norbit, when he said Rasputia got kicked off the buffet because she took it as a personal challenge. I don't do like she do. You know what I'm saying? But baby, I do take it as a personal challenge thing, and I take it as my own personal. It's a situation where I gotta have me a few places because I want to get my money worth. I need, you said they trying to clean my. I need them to do their job. Just like this one fly over here, he's doing his job. He is sitting on top of the sprouts of the plant over here, and he's helping the plant to do what it's supposed to do. That's what they supposed to be doing. These flies are they not messing with the plants. They bothering me. It is a problem. I'm not a plant. I'm not a flower. I don't want them sitting on top of me and harassing me. And that's what they insist. Like they just insist on sitting around me. I don't understand it, yo. Dang, fly is crazy. Even if I do smell like a flower today, I ain't no dang flower. I don't want them sitting on top of me. We was talking about that yesterday. I don't like being touched. God dang. She laughing at me. I'm serious. I started laughing because I tried to blow the ice cream like it's hot, but it's cold. He said no touch, for real, for real. I honestly think the dang flies is attacking us, yo. I think when they be doing that, that they attack you. I don't really think it's a situation where they trying to be friends. I think they trying to attack. They know what they doing. They know what they doing. But I did read this article the other day where they said that scientists are coming together and they trying to create a new little machine so that we'll be able to talk to animals. And that some of the scientists were warning. You said people be passing spirits. They said the scientists be warning, and some of them is warning that, you know what I'm saying, it may be a situation where we may be able to create the machine and understand what the animals are saying, but we may find that animals have a whole different kind of agenda than we think. I just feel like, you know what I'm saying, if it was intended for us to understand what the animals were saying, it probably, once again, like that scientist said, it's probably not going to be what we want to hear. God dang, y'all won't leave me alone, bro. You said they made the dog collars. We'll see. And when I say we, I mean the group of my subscribers that are rich enough to have all that stuff. Because I'm not. And I can't say I don't see that being something that I would spend my money on because I just feel like they not gonna be saying things what we expect. You know what I'm saying? I kind of have an idea already, and I feel like it's not what we go because I feel like these flies is attacking me. They know I don't want them on me. They know. You said the collars are made in China already. These flies know I don't want them on me, and they keep coming back over here, and they won't leave me alone. And it ain't no situation where it's anything that they could possibly say to me. What is this? It's on my plate. Get off here. Oh, come here. What is that on me, baby? Whatever it was, I flung it away. Okay. Sorry, y'all. I saw a bug over there eating on my little plate. I'm trying to figure out what's the culprit. They got my little cayenne pepper plate in distress. We got to get to the bottom of it, and we got to get to the bottom of it immediately. But anywho, I feel like it ain't nothing that's gonna be, you know what I'm saying, a situation where we gonna be happy about it. I don't feel like they gonna be saying nothing that's gonna bring us a lot of joy and cheer. It's gonna be a situation where we gonna be like, oh, that's what they said. You know what I'm saying? I feel like ain't no telling. Mess around and be a vibe where Rick and Morty is right and the squirrels is plotting on us, bro. Y'all remember that Rick and Morty episode when Morty had the new little machine and the dang squirrels started plotting on him? I don't tell him what these animals got going on, bro. I know I like watching the little AI cat videos. They are so hilarious, yo, with the cats in the alley and how they be acting a fool in the alley, bro. Ain't no telling what these animals got going on, bro. Mess around living two double lives and we don't even know it. But I do know that's probably what have scientists that, you know what I'm saying, probably millennial scientists that are like, you know what I want to do? I want to make a machine so we can understand what the animals are saying. Don't do that. And I'm reading this in shock and appallment that it is literal news, bro. Who allowed my generation to become adults, bro? This is news. They finna make a for real new little machine. I was like, the utter nonsense, bro. They got it together. Held a meeting and said, y'all remember the movie Doolittle? Let's make the machine for real. Let's make the machine. You said crazy. I'm about to be crying. They said we finna make it. Baby, probably put in bets and everything to see who gonna make it first, bro. I'm just and I'm pretty sure it's the Gen X scientists that said they're probably gonna create this machine and they're gonna realize the animals are not saying what they think they are. But go on. Carry on with what y'all doing, bro. Who cares, bro? Baby, I swear. I thought that last year. When I realized I was 34 years old, I was like, dang, my generation are adults now, bro. With real jobs and kids. I don't want to say the world is doomed, but you know what I'm saying? We're adults now with real jobs and kids. And yes, dog, going to be irritating. But that was like, you know what I'm saying, hilarious to me because, you know what I'm saying, I be doing my old lady thing, bro. Wake up, grab my little tea, get my tea going, go outside to smoke my morning cigarette and read the news. I was like, I cannot believe this is the news. Of all the things that scientists could be doing, all the areas of this earth that has not been truly, like, you know what I'm saying, because they still discovering different species of animals. They, you know what I'm saying, they off into the jungles in Africa finding different species of frog every day, lizards and damn flies, more, there are more flies, yeah, all kind of insects and all kind of stuff that they finding on a daily basis. Shoot, they found an animal in the ocean that looked like Snuffleupagus, whatever his name is, from Sesame Street. Look just like the dang thing. It's orange and it have like this fur. It looks like it have fur all over it, and it had a long snout, and it's all the way at the bottom of the sea. Like, in reality, we have so many other things that we could possibly be doing right now. And what they decided to do, they want to make a machine so they can talk to the animals. But I guess that is cool. You know what I'm saying? While we finding more animals, they can work on us talking to them. And don't tell them. Maybe we'll, you know what I'm saying? We'll see. I don't tell them what the animals going to be saying. But I know, you know what I'm saying? Laughing. I'm serious. Ain't no telling. You never know what they gonna be saying. We might be shocked. You know what I'm saying? I was watching All Dogs Go to Heaven with my son yesterday. It could be a situation where they really got some serious information to tell us and we don't know. Y'all remember at the end of the movie when the dogs was passing the message that the little girl was sick and she needed help? Maybe it could be a situation where they got something serious to say and we can't understand them. So it's just like, we just, you know what I'm saying? And it could be a situation where they really saying something that makes no sense, bro. You said the dog's gonna be snitching. They gonna be like, hey, somebody back there. Is somebody back there? Is somebody trying to get in the house? That's what the dog's gonna be saying. Is somebody trying to get in the house? I see you. And if you come over here, I am on you. That's what the dog's gonna be saying, bro. The male cat's gonna be going around. I'm looking for love tonight. Is there any female cats around? Is there a cat? Is there a cat in the house tonight? Stand up. That's what the male cats gonna be saying. Y'all know how they be meowing in the middle of the night. They gonna be trying to see what the roosters say in the middle with a cock-a-doodle-doo. Baby, it's gonna be, I'm the best rooster around today. Then the other one, I'm the best rooster. No, I'm the best rooster. No, I'm the best rooster. That's what the animal's gonna be saying. I bet you. Who want to bet me? We can put some money on it. We can put some money on it, yo. Baby, I bet you it's gonna be a situation where the dogs is gonna be on the lookout. Especially if they guard dogs, they gonna be on the lookout every time somebody comes towards their house. Hey, who is that at the door? Who is that at the door? No, they gonna be saying they own the name. No, you get out the way, you get back. I gotta make sure that ain't nothing wrong with this person at the door. And then once they sniff them, they gonna be all right, they all right. And they gonna go back to their spot. Man, I swear, bro. I bet it's gonna be a situation where they really saying what we thought they were saying in the first place any dang way. And I already know what the cats be on. Because most of the main time that you really hear cats is either when they get in a fight or when it's a male cat that's giving off his love signal in the middle of the night trying to find a female cat. So You said crazy work. I'm telling you what they gonna be saying. She said cat daddy. And I think the birds may be different. It may be a situation where we start understanding what the birds, they might be singing some really beautiful songs, yo. You said the cats be spinning game. Okay, he's talking about I ain't gonna go nowhere. I'm gonna be there all night. All night. I'm gonna be there when you have the kittens, and I'm gonna help you with the kittens, and I'm gonna help you do this, and I'm gonna like spitting lies. God dang, cats. Cats wild, yo. Male cats are insane. Even though some of them, they do build relationships, but baby, some of them are crazy, yo. They get what they wanted, they dip. Never see him again. Like the cat on the Aristocats. What was his name? The orange cat. Yeah, he say, I'm an alley cat. But I do love that about cats because I feel like cats be having all kind of personalities, yo. I can't post that. That is so funny. Gone in the middle of the midst of the night. I don't know where. Don't know where he went. Baby, everybody wants to be a cat. Everybody. Whole time, what's her name? She said he's trying to follow around today. Alley cat, her kids like, Mama, we don't trust this cat. We don't trust him. He looks strange. I remember me and my son watched that. My son was like, Mama, please. I was singing along with it. I was like, don't you see the cats got their own little party going? They got a bed and everything. But I think he just like dogs more because when we was watching all dogs go to heaven, he liked the dog. But then I don't know. I guess the dogs club was a little cooler. They had a casino. You know what I'm saying? They had a little casino going on. They had bets. And you know what I'm saying? The cats just had a bed and liquor and dancing. But I feel like the dog's little setup was cool too. I like that they movie was based off in Norton in Orleans. Okay. Did y'all know that? How many of y'all do that? That All Dogs Go to Heaven was based in Orleans. How many of y'all was confused and just, you know what I'm saying, just went along with it because you was a child and you had no idea that they were actually in New Orleans? You said, no, watch it again. They in New Orleans. That's why it was an alligator in the swamp. And then when Charlie and the little girl got captured by the mice, y'all remember when they was in a little house and they fell through the cracks of the house because you know some houses out there it's like you know at that point in time, but the whole city didn't been rebuilt since Katrina. But at that point in time, some of the houses was like that. It's a situation where they just fell through the cracks and they down in the swamps. And they like, dang, what's going on? Then out of nowhere, the little mice come and they chanting hoodoo. And carry them all to the little shrine. And there's a bunch of skull and bones around the shrine. And they sacrificing up to the alligator. Baby, you ain't know that was in New Orleans. That was in Louisiana. That was a that was a Louisiana movie. For real, for real. I'm serious. Even when once he get good and he friends with the little alligator, the alligator is taking them. They show the sign up at the top and it say to New Orleans at the top. They in Louisiana. But it's kind of obvious because even the rats was doing voodoo. The rats was giving the sacrifices down there. The little girl Charlie asked her, what are they saying? She said, I don't know, Charlie. They talk funny. They wasn't talking no normals. They was talking in the chat. And calling the little alligator to come and eat them up. But yeah, you can kind of tell too when you look at the way the houses is made and how the streets is, and even when they go down to their version of a derby, it's at the track race that was out there in Louisiana. Yeah, it's cool. It's cool. And you know what I'm saying, for those of you that thought that, you know what I'm saying, The Princess Frog was the only movie that they did based off of New Orleans, it was not. Mm-hmm. But I know I'm just old. And I pay attention to detail. And I've watched that movie a billion times, you know what I'm saying? But that is something that I noticed that is, God dang, y'all eating my ice. Get out of there. God dang, flies, y'all getting on my nerves. You trying to eat everything. They doing everything, and so what they supposed to be doing? They're supposed to be spreading nectar. But yeah, it sure was. I was shocked when I first realized it. But simultaneously, it's like I kind of felt like maybe I knew it already. And it just registered with my mind again. Sitting up here trying to see if my hair needs to be. It's like it feel like it do, but it feel like it don't. Because, you know what I'm saying? I feel like sometimes when you untwist your hair too early, it's a situation where the last twist don't even last. Like, you know what I'm saying? You mess with it. And if you retwist your hair too much, I'm just talking about people that got locks like me. When you retwist your hair too much, your locks end up getting real thin. You can thin out your hair doing it. But I also know sometimes people be wondering why I don't be retwisting my hair all the time, and that's why. Because I don't want my locks to be thin. I got me some thick, fat locks in my head, and I like them just the way they are. Some of them is flat too, and I like them just the way they are. And it's just a situation where if you keep on messing with them, they gonna lose whatever shape they got going on, and I don't want them to. I don't want them to. I don't want them to. Oh, I did. Connect. Why connect the jalapeno? Oh, I just did that. I need to connect this one. I'm gonna do that. I guess when I finish my cigarette. Hey, Mary, how you doing? Yeah, they Mary Coco Pocahontas. I like it. Hey, sis, how you doing? I'm finna connect my cayenne pepper plate up to his little thing, up to his stem so it can stay straight. It's starting to get bushy green and pretty over there, and I just love it. Well, I love that my plants is getting big and beautiful. But I am gonna have to go ahead and take my peppers that's ready right now because I know if I don't, it's gonna keep the plant from growing fruit. It's gonna be draining the plant of its it's gonna drain the plant of its energy if I don't. I'm really trying to figure out what this is that's growing right here. What is and they have yellow carrots. I don't know what I put right there. I ain't put no tag by it. I'm assuming that I didn't put that. And I guess we're gonna find out soon once it starts taking shape and whatnot. Okay, let me see. I'll turn it around so y'all can see what I'm doing. But I'm just gonna come over here and do this. But yeah, I am kind of shocked about my little tomato plant that's going over here. I don't know what this is. I don't know what kind of tomato plant that is, but I'm finna give it a little stick too. I'm gonna make the stick first though. Before I go over there. I got a random tomato plant that's coming through. It's fast. All right, we gonna turn around and do this. Yeah, she can. She trying to grab something. Hold on, real quick, y'all. I'm trying to grab some of my little tools. I'm so mad that it's only two of them in there, but it costs so much that I don't care. Whew. Okay. I'm pretty sure some of you assumed this already, but it does in fact cost more to have pink and purple garden tools. So it ain't no situation where I'm trying to lose. Okay. It does. It does. It does. It is a situation where if I would go ahead and settle for the ones that are not pink, I think for the most part, the ones that aren't pink come in like green. You know what I'm saying? I've seen a lot of green ones, and that's cool. You know what I'm saying? I also seen the silver and the black, and that's cool. That's cool. I could simultaneously, once I finish taking down the old greenhouse, use those little pieces. You know what I'm saying? And that's cool. But I really like having my purples. I do. I feel like it adds a sense of it's my my garden to it. You know what I'm saying? Because it's pink and purple, and I like pink and purple. Oh my goodness, it's still hot. What is the degrees? It's now 83 degrees out here. It's hot. I'm gonna sip on me some water and cool off. But I do kind of go out of my way to have me some pink stuff going on out here. Most of my pots is pink. The ones that ain't pink, purple. And the ones that ain't pink or purple are white or like a tannish color. I have some that are like a tannish orange color. My son's favorite color is orange, so that's why I settled for that. And with the tags, for the most part, they pink. I do have some orange out here, and I have some blue. But for the most part, we got pink going on. Some of the pink ones are turning white though, which is why I kind of just got over the fact that, you know what I'm saying, I guess. And I don't know if it's just that brand of pink tags, but I did kind of go out of you love orange. That's my baby favorite color. My baby love orange. But I did kind of go out of my way to find the pink tags. But, you know what I'm saying, I did learn, you know what I'm saying, from somebody, and the lady that I learned from told me that it's nonsense to insist on having everything pink and everything ain't got to be pink. And I kind of see that because, some of my tags that were supposed to be pink and I paid extra for them to be pink are now fading away to white. But it is what it is, you know what I'm saying? The next season, if I have money for it, I'm going to buy some more. Seriously. I seriously will buy some more. Either that or take out the time to buy some wood ones and paint them pink. Now, the only thing about that is I don't want it to be a situation where I paint the wood ones pink and the paint start chipping off into the, garden bed because it's my food. And I don't want paint pieces in my food. So, okay. You said pink my world. Mm-hmm. Yep, as much as I can. But I love me some purple too, so I do have me some purple going on. But in reality, I couldn't find any pink, whatever these are, the cages, tomato, cucumber, bean, and pepper cage, like the cages that I need to build up and for certain plants so that they'll be all right. I couldn't find any pink ones, and because I couldn't find, and I searched hard, and the only ones I could see that were close enough to it were the purple ones, and they're still pretty, so I decided to go ahead and get them. And that's what we got going on. We have purple stands to hold the to hold them up, and some of my pots, most of my pots are pink. But even with that, some of my pink pots are starting to fade to like a whitish, like it looks like some of them look all the way white, whereas some of them look like a nude pink, and I don't like it. So baby, it might be a situation where I might end up going ahead, and I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I don't know if I'm gonna paint them. I'm not gonna throw them away because you know what I'm saying. Ain't no need in throwing away a pot that works perfectly fine. But I might end up buying me some more pots. I know that much because the only pots I have that are still kind of like pink are like some of the ones that my tomatoes growing in, but two of them are turning like a purplish color, and it's only one that's still pink. Like it's right here. I'm gonna show y'all. Y'all see it right? This is the one that I'm talking about that is still pink. And then this one and the one that's behind that one that have my aloe vera in it. I don't know if y'all can see it back there. They turning purple. Oops. I was trying to flip it again. Now the pots, the big huge pots, they were always white because I just couldn't find them. And then these pots right here are still kind of pink, but in reality, they was originally this color pink because I bought all these together. So they were really like this color pink, and they starting to fade away into this light pinkish whitish color, which I don't like, but it's kind of like, I'm gonna put this up here. But it's kind of like, what can you do? You know what I'm saying? And I don't know. I don't want it to be a situation where, you know what I'm saying, I keep on going crazy buying pots. You know what I'm saying, because they pink and they just gonna fade. You know what I'm saying? And in reality, I have so many pots in here, it don't make no sense. But I don't know, I may buy me another set of the stackable pots in pink because I did have a few of my pots that I have sitting over here next to me to the left that have holes in them. So I might replace them with a whole new set of the pink stackable pots, and we'll see. I don't know. I guess we'll see. We'll see. That's the most I can say. But I do want to say everything I gotta be pink, but I just would prefer it is. I know it ain't got to be pink, but I would prefer it be pink. And even when it comes to that, like, you know what I'm saying, it kind of feels silly for me to go and buy a bunch of new pots. And I have a whole nother garden bed that I didn't even use. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how they go. Because I really do. I have a whole nother garden bed that I didn't even put together. But I do like for, you know what I'm saying, it to be pink out here. I kind of feel like it makes no sense for me to go crazy trying to paint, you know what I'm saying? Because in reality, the paint is just going to eventually get washed off of the pipes. And I don't know, I may do that. Maybe in between seasons, I might have time to paint the pipes, and I might have to find a paint that's gonna last. But you know what I'm saying? My whole point of having a greenhouse is so certain plants can last, even, you know what I'm saying, when it get cold and whatnot. And Houston don't really get cold to that extent. And even when I do move, I don't plan on moving like far away. So it's kind of like, you know what I'm saying, I got the greenhouse, so I will be able to grow, you know what I'm saying, all throughout the year. So I don't know how we're gonna do that. I don't know if we just gonna replace the pots that's not pink, or if it's gonna be a situation where we just gonna, you know what I'm saying, keep the ones we have and just be happy about it. We're gonna see. We're gonna see how they go. But I know once I have my own little backyard and my own little house, I'm probably gonna want to grow everywhere. So I probably end up getting small pots. Well, I'm just talking. Take these flies to get on my nerves. While I'm talking, but I'm probably gonna want to give me some more plots, y'all. And in that case, it's gonna be more pink pots, more flamingos, more pink lights, everything. Probably end up getting some more of these pink garden beds. But see, what I also may do is get the right kind of paint to spray paint my garden bed so that, you know what I'm saying, it'll be pink and looking cute. You said your daughter favorite color is pink. Baby, we got that income. I love me some pink. I grew up having an all pink little room, little Barbie doll pink room. And you know what I'm saying? As I got older, I asked my daddy to turn it to turquoise. And now as an adult, my room is all pink. Every house, well, I don't want to say every house, but majority of my houses, especially if it's the situation where I'm decorating and it's mine, like, you know what I'm saying? The bachelorette pads that I had, pink everywhere. The only reason the living room wasn't pink in my first bachelorette pad is because my aunt donated her old living room set to me. So we ain't had no choice. You did. We just took what we could get. My bedroom was all pink. The restroom was all pink. The kitchen was like, flies getting on my nerves. It was all pink. When I had my townhouse, at first it was supposed to be all pink until my ex moved in. And then I started adding blue to it. But originally it was supposed to be all pink. I know my next house is gonna be all pink. Everything. I'm gonna give me a pink bed, a pink couch. You said been there blessings. I feel you. I'm gonna give me a pink bed, a pink couch, pink everything. Everything gonna be pink. I'm gonna love it. Maybe you can tell I've been in the garden. I need a whole other bath. But I'm happy. I'm happy with what I did today. I think I'm gonna get some nutrients because I thought it was gonna rain, but it's still heavy. We'll see. What is the weather? Yeah, it's not gonna rain, so I'm gonna get some nutrients. They don't need no water, but they do need some nutrients because I haven't really been able to give nutrients like that because they keep on raining, yo. Okay. I'll be right back. I'm finna cut the water on. Okay. Whew. That comes the hard part. Well, it's not really the hard part, but oh, God dang, demons don't want me to feed my plants. Listen, Lord. Shit. What's up, Mahogany? Okay, that's one of my favorite movies. Where you going to? All right, y'all. Now y'all can watch me work. Cause I'm finna go ahead and get them some nutrients. I guess I'm gonna leave the water on until I give everything that needs nutrients. First, we're gonna start with the green stuff. So first things first, gonna go out here to my things. So I haven't gave them no looking at you. Y'all way out to see them. Now that we got them out the way, I'm gonna have to put some mold in here for my other plants that need the green stuff. I'm gonna do that first. Oh, my George, almost done. Somebody is really bad about me wanting my daughter. No, this is funny. You just go behind. Back up in there, bro. Okay. Now I'm just gonna give my plants that need the green stuff. That green stuff. Let me sit y'all right here. really the only ones that need this. And that's it. Okay, y'all. For the most part, everything else got water because it's been raining like crazy. But I haven't been able to get them nutrients, so. Oh, it's a little piece of my little garden. One of my little fish. What if I mean stick thing? What is all this? It look like that. And it's just the way with the grass. All right. Now that we got that done, and plants is happy. Matter of fact, yeah, here. Go back over here. Woo! Okay, baby. That was a bit much, but now after waiting so long, I kind of wish I would have went ahead and gave them nutrients when I first came out here, because then I would have more time to get all their little nutrients. I'm gonna have to put this up here. That don't make no sense. Okay, that's better. I guess that's just how it's gonna have to be. Whew. That was a bit much. Oh, hold on. Let me get my cucumbers off of this. Okay. Let's read the comments. You said, hello, I love gardening and I missed it so much. Start your garden, yo. You ain't gotta have like a certain kind of be staying in a certain kind of space or have a certain kind of house or apartment or whatever in order to have a garden. You can do it, you know what I'm saying? Have a garden anywhere. Even if it's just one plant. Whew. I know one thing, I can't believe I was on here for almost 3.5 hours, yeah. But I feel like I done did everything that I needed to do out here. I added nutrients where I needed to add nutrients. Added stability to the plants that needed stability. Checked on all the little plants, seen what was growing, what's not growing. It's one thing I haven't got my peppers. That's one thing I haven't did. That's next. That's the next thing I need to do. I need to get my peppers. But then we can go about our business. Probably find me something to watch. I also need to put the top on that thing. I got a stand over there that I don't have no top to. I need to get to it. But yeah. Dang, these flies getting on my nerves. Oh, I hit that one. Baby, I got it good. Okay. Oh man, dog, he gotta go, yo. We finna get him up off the roof. I'm really about to go and get the last of my wine. Since what time is it? Yeah, it's 6. It's around the time I usually would come out here. So I'll go ahead and give me a glass. Take me a restroom break. Pick them back. They get the charges to my vape pen because these cigarettes is basically not some of these fucking these, but I don't have no other choice because they vape pen is gone. Well, it's not gone, but the battery ain't good. Hold on, I'm gonna turn my phone around. I guess so y'all can see me. I'll be right back. Enjoy. You're welcome. Ooh, my little bum trying to come down, baby. Oh, what's up, y'all? I'm back. We're finna make us another drink. Dang, I forgot to grab another charge. I'm gonna go and get that real quick. That's better. Feel like I've seen one somewhere. Just trying to figure out where it's somewhere. Whew, I'll be right back again. What is it, like vitamin water or something like that? Well, I guess it's straight water. I said when it's straight water. Oh, okay. Well, love you. Enjoy your pizza. Okay. Let's see. I'm gonna do the little plug that I just found. Oh shoot, I can't use this one. I have to use the other. Where is it? hungry. I'm gonna take this down. Oh, shoot. Woo. That was safe. Okay. Mm. I feel so serious with this whole time. Okay. Lord, I pray that my pants is in here and I'm not gonna have to go and get my little pancakes. Thanks, big man. Woo. Whew. Baby, it's so hot out here. But it do feel wonderful to be up in this greenhouse, just relaxing. This is what I'll do by Sunday today. We got some things done out here. That's a wonderful thing. We got some stability out here going on for my plants that are doing their thing out here. I've been sweating so hard. Whew, baby, I'm just sitting out here relaxing, y'all. I can't wait till I have my own space though. Cause I don't know why it seems like every time I have my own house, my garden just be thriving so much more. I don't know what it is about my house, but some of the plants just don't make it. And you know what I'm saying? When I had my little trailer, all my little plants was thriving and looking good and doing their thing. Everything popped. It stayed popped. It wasn't a situation where it gave up on me or nothing like that. All my plants did so well. And it seemed like over here they start off doing good and then something happens. And it's like, dang, I don't know if it's the house, is it the backyard? What is going on? Why does this keep happening? Hmm. That don't make no sense. I just thought we I go outside, that made you feel like you was bad looking something. And so I started to grow something over here. It started growing and then it stopped. And it's like, what in the world is going on with this house, man? Not trying to sound like a conspiracy theorist, but I'm just, you know what I'm saying? We using science and our context clues, bro, because it don't make sense every time I'm here. I try to grow stuff, and sometimes it grows, sometimes it don't. And every time I'm staying somewhere else and I start growing stuff, it literally flourish, grow, and do its best. I'm confused. Mm. I don't know. Oh my gosh, I'm really trying to be nice, but I'm bringing my fly swatter out here next time. I'm bringing the fly zapper next time. They are really getting on my nerves, but it's starting to get late. So eventually I know they're going to stop moving around as much, but they really are starting to get on my nerves. They won't leave me alone. But I knew it affects seawater frogs like a year. But I'm going to need them to wake up. They sleep right now. I need them to wake up and come out here and eat. I need them to start catching a meal, yo. I'm just sitting out here, y'all, vibing with my plants. Also, I'm just looking around trying to see if I have any plants that look like they have nutrient deficiency. I did give some nutrients today, so I'm just trying to take a mental note of it because I don't feel like getting up to go and get my pen right now. So, you know what I'm saying? Tomorrow I can remember what leaves look like, what plants had leaves that look kind of, you know what I'm saying? And see if there's an improvement. may have put my back watermelon plant in the wrong spot. I don't know what's gonna be able to go over here. But I guess whatever plants don't really want the sun as much will go well right there. But they are not happy. Yeah, that happened right here. I might be able to put like a tree right there. I don't know. It's like I don't want to do too much because I know when I get ready to move, I'm gonna have to take everything apart and put it back together wherever I move. And I had to go through that. You know what I'm saying? When I moved from my trailer back to my mom's house, I had all these plants, yo, because I had just about all the planters that are out here. I just didn't have this stand and I didn't have a greenhouse. But you know what I'm saying? Even though it was doable, you know what I'm saying? Me, my son, and my daddy, we went ahead and piled everything up on the moving truck. You know what I'm saying? Got everything in boxes, and what couldn't fit in the boxes, we put in bags and made it. You know what I'm saying? Made it work. But when it come down to it, you know what I'm saying? Some of this is like it's gonna be a lot because it was a lot when I had to move my other greenhouse was completely annihilated, and I had to move all the plants from this area right here so that I could build this greenhouse and set it up. That was a lot. That was a lot. Moving all them pipes from over here to just over there to for a second, build this up, get it right, and then move all the plants inside. That was so much, so much energy. I know moving, transplanting my garden is going to be a full day event. Okay. And I know 9 out of 10, whoever I end up marrying is not one. But baby, it's gonna be a full day event. He gonna have to eat his Wheaties that day. We gonna have a full day event of getting all this stuff from out here, baby. He gonna have to call all his friends, bro, and to come over here and move all this stuff, yo, and move this greenhouse. And then I'm gonna have to pull my drill out and split it in half so we can, you know what I'm saying, actually transport it to where it's going. And baby, then when we get to where we going, we're gonna have to build it back together. That's gonna be a full event. Oh, we gotta get it done. You know what I'm saying? Ooh, I'm starting to get tired now. But we gonna have to get it done though, y'all. 'Cause, baby, ooh, I do understand gardening is not for the weak. But I don't know. It may be a situation where I end up not even, you know what I'm saying? I don't even want to speak that into existence because God said I was gonna have my own house and I was gonna have me a husband. So I ain't even gonna speak that into existence. But if we were in the, you know what I'm saying, well, I'm gonna end up single, ain't no telling how that would go. It's about to rain. No, it ain't about to rain. I just gave nutrients. Dang it. I'm so bad. I could put somebody out upset. And I guess my plants that's in here is good, but they ain't my bees. The nutrients I just gave them ain't gonna do nothing but work right on the pop the pipe. It's the day grass, bro. We ain't trying to give the grass. Like, we ain't trying to get the grass more nutrients. That's why I don't even want no grass in my yard, yo. When I get my house, I am not finna, it's finna be food. I am not growing grass. I refuse. I refuse, yo. I'm not doing it. Maybe in the front yard, but not in the backyard. In the backyard, I am not going to be growing grass. It is nonsense. It is unnecessary. It is complete tomfoolery, bro. We are not going to be growing grass. We're not growing something that we are allergic to and can't even eat. It's stupid. It's stupid. It's just pretty, and that's it. And in reality, I can't say, to me, it's not even just all that pretty. It's nonsense. It makes no sense as to why people go crazy trying to make sure their grass look perfect, watering their grass, and all that. That is nonsense. Oh, my eyes itching. I'm growing food, at least in my backyard. And I might not even have grass in my front yard. It might be a situation where you pass by my house and it look like one of the houses out west, baby. It's gonna be all sand and landscaping, and that's it. Ain't nobody for it. I ain't got time for that. Oh, little bird is in the backyard. Hello, little bird. Oh, finally a bird came back here, bro. This is my first time. Finally, my first sighting of a bird in the backyard. It took me sitting out here for 4 hours to finally see a bird in the backyard. I need to, I guess, buy a bird feeder that's adequate because this one right here, I like it because it got this little wind chime on it. But golly gosh darn, every time I try to put bird feed in here, the bird feed fall right on up out of it. I like it because it's pretty though. It's pink. It's a flamingo. It have a charm on it. But every time I try to put bird food in there, it just fall right up out of it. So I gotta get another little bird feeder. And I have this little water thing for the birds, but I have it inside. It's here. So I don't know. Maybe I'll move it outside. We'll see how that goes. I could move that like by the door. Move it by the door and have it in like at the door so they can have that little bird bath and then have a feeder. But I don't know. I would have to find some bird feed that'll fit in here. Either that or figure out some kind of like I don't know how you're supposed to keep the bird food in there, and it's no instructions or manual that came with it. I'm not finding any understanding because I don't know what kind of birds are going to eat seeds that are big enough that they won't fall through these holes, and it's just like I'm confused as to why they made it that way. But it's cute and it adds, you know what I'm saying, some pizzazz to my greenhouse and my garden, so I leave it here. But you know what I'm saying, that is the story behind my bird feeder. I'm gonna have to get another one that's gonna be adequate so that the birds will actually come to the yard. Okay. So I can be like the birds. My bird feeder brings the birds to the yard. Baby, I'm so old, bro. This is what old people do. I don't care. Find me an adequate bird feeder so the birds want to come to the backyard and hang out with us. But I can see them, I can hear them singing right now. So they around. I just need to get make it how you say it. Try to make it comfortable, a convenience for them to come back here because otherwise they probably feel like they don't have no reason to go back here for what? They gonna go to somebody's yard that have bird feed. You know what I'm saying? And I feel it. I understand. Hmm. Oh, I feel like Jack Sparrow. Why is all the wine gone? These flies won't even let me get the wine out the bottle and out the case in peace. If it's done. Flies get on my nerves. All right, that's the end of that. Okay, what's the hell on top first? That's the end of that. Man, I pray it don't like pour down raining tonight, yo. I hope that my beans have adequate time so that they can get the nutrients that I just gave them, yo. So I want them to be able to get big and strong. And they leaves is looking kind of light green. And I feel like that means they want some more food, you know what I'm saying? And even though I threw down some dry nutrients the other day, and that's all I gave to them because, you know what I'm saying, in reality, oh, my eyes itching, y'all forgive me. Oh, but I only gave them dry nutrients because it's kind of like, with it being so rainy like it is right now, it's kind of pointless to keep on putting out nutrients. The nutrients is not cheap. I only got one bottle left of the nutrients that I'm feeding to them right now because they still in a green, like their growing state. And I said greening state. And I'm saying that because the bottle that I'm giving them right now is green. I'll show y'all. This is green. And it's so that grow big. You know what I'm saying? This is the one that you give at first when the plants are just growing leaves. And that's the state that they in. They just in a state where they just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And then once they get to a certain size, I'll start giving them the other nutrients, which are these two. As wild as it is, these two are from last season. I still have full bottles of both of these for this season. My word is slurred. Excuse me, don't mind me. Anywho, like the people on drug history. I'm teaching while slurring my words at the same time. Don't mind me. Anyways, I have 2 full bottles of this. The green one, that's what I used up. I used all of it last season. I had to buy some more this season. And I'm about to have to buy some more now. And these are not cheap. It's expensive. And I pray to God that they don't pour down rain and run all the dang nutrients out of there, bro. Please, Lord. Because, baby. And it's not time for them to receive the other nutrients yet because they still in they grow big stage. You know what I'm saying? I love box form. I feel like, first of all, they make it easy. They make really good nutrients. And it's not a situation where you're putting bad stuff into your plants. But they do make it easy with the grow big. I can't stunt. The other two are kind of confusing, but you have to read it to understand which one goes first and which one goes second. But when it comes to the green one is obvious. That is the one that you give, first of all, to any of your leafy green vegetables. So obviously things like lettuce and basil, that's all they get. They don't get the other ones because unless you want them to bulk and to go to seed. But when it comes to majority of the fruity plants, vine plants like beans, it'll be a situation where while they are growing and getting bigger, you want to use the grow big. And then when they start getting to the size where you're ready for them to start like flowering and growing fruit and producing like food, then you start getting into the other two. For the most part, the only time we really need the other two is for like tomatoes, cucumbers, peppers, beans, stuff like that. But everything like herbs, most herbs, you're not really going to use that. Most herbs, you only going to use the green one. And my aloe vera plant, even though I don't give it nutrients all the time, for those of you that don't know much about cacti, okay, cacti and succulents, you don't feed them all the time. First of all, you don't water them all the time. And you for sure don't give them nutrients all the time because that can actually like cause harm to the plant. So it's only a situation where I give it nutrients like two times a year, sometimes 3, depending on how it's looking. When I came back from Austin, I definitely gave it some nutrients and a good watering. But in reality, it's a cactus, and most cactuses can go months without getting any water and be just fine. But you know what I'm saying? Obviously, if you have a, I don't want to say a pet cactus, but basically a pet cactus, you give it water because they do drink water. You know what I'm saying? And it will help it to get bigger and strong and whatnot. Because especially if you in a hot area, but when it comes down to it, you don't really need to water it as much as other plants. And you for sure don't need to give it as much nutrients as you would give to other plants. And so for me, I don't know why, but it has been the easiest plant for me to grow. And I know people like to say I got a green thumb. You know what I'm saying? I feel like I be struggling over here. But my cactus be hanging in there with me, yo. It's my buddy. I dipped off, went on vacation, came back months later, and she still was sitting here waiting on me. That and the basil. I was shocked to see the basil. Now I kind of was expecting to see the aloe vera, but I still was kind of shocked that it was in, even though, you know what I'm saying, she was in a state where I felt like, you know what I'm saying, I needed to doctor up on her real quick, even though I'm not a doctor. Okay, I have to say that. I'm not a doctor. Okay, but I had to bandage her up. But the basil, I was shocked. I was appalled. I was not expecting the basil to not only be back here living, but thriving and taking over. I was like, and it's like I'm having a hard time with some different varieties of basil. So it's really shocking that, you know what I'm saying? But I guess lemon basil loves this climate. Like this is going crazy over here. It just absolutely loves this humid climate. Hopefully my other varieties of basil that still hanging on with me do their thing and spread and grow and get to their best, you know what I'm saying, the best extent that they possibly can, because I definitely want them to. We gonna see what happens. I sure wasn't expecting to see a tomato plant hiding up in there in them leaves, yo. I wonder what else they hiding over there. What else in the dang basil got hiding over in the bush? I got me a basil bush growing. Baby. I don't know if y'all think I'm playing. I really looked over there and was like, them is not basil leaves. And when it looked up and said that is a tomato plant, I knew it. That don't look like basil leaves. Didn't look like no basil stem. I was like, that is not basil. That got to be something else. And even like while I'm looking at it now, the leaves are a different color green. They definitely shape different because for those of you that don't garden, basil leaves and tomato leaves look completely different. Like, you know what I'm saying? Tomato leaves kind of have a zigzag type edge to it, and basil is like a smooth oval shape. I was like, that is not basil. That's not basil. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? For those of you that don't know, I'm a little dirty. So I am the type of person where not only do I want to have an understanding of my plants, but I want to have the kind of understanding where I get to know each plant personally, what they like, what they don't like, and etc. And I know, you know what I'm saying, I have come to get to know not only basil but also tomatoes, because that's what I grew last year, and that's what actually did well last year. That's what really like did well. Like I was able to come out here and get basil and tomatoes on a daily basis if I wanted to last year. So I was like looking at the leaves. I kept on looking over there. You know what I'm saying? And I kind of can't help it because that's where the most of, even though I have stuff growing on this side too, especially now, it's like more stuff growing over here too. But I kept on looking over there like, man, that is not, them is two different plants. What is going on? At first, I thought it was a weed that I came up closer and looked and said, "Oh, that's a tomato plant growing." So I don't know if it's a seed that I had planted, but I don't think so because I don't think the seed would have sprouted up to the size that it is that quick. Because it's so big that I had to put one of these stands over there to keep it going steady. But I really think it's something that I had growing in the pot last year that dropped the seed down. Maybe a few tomatoes fell down in the pot and it just started growing when it got ready. Once again, that brings me back to what I said originally. I wonder what else is going on in that pot. It don't sell it. They don't sell it. What else is going on in the pot? Ooh, baby, it's hot. I just knew when I moved my cup out the way it was gonna be. It said 83.1, and then it went up to 83.3, and now it's back down to 83.1. We're gonna see it's hot. I know that. Oh God, these flies. They still got energy, bro. These flies still got energy, bro. They haven't got tired yet, bro. Where's my frog friends? I need them to come out and have dinner, bro. That's probably why they attacking me because they know I've been hiring frogs for night duty. They probably feel betrayed. I've been hiring frogs. They got dang. I told them go ahead and move in. They ain't having a fit. That's okay. Y'all gonna feed my friends. Is what y'all gonna do. That's why I'm not even worried about electrocuting y'all because I feel like that's part of that. Probably have a blast chasing y'all around this place. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. I'm let my frog friends stay y'all up, bro. They gonna have a feast tonight. Dang flies, get on my nerves. Get away from me. Ooh. I'm really trying to figure out why my other pepper plant is not starting to grow fruit though. Cause it's just as big. My cayenne pepper plant is just as big as my jalapeno pepper plant, but it's like it's budding a little bit, but it ain't really producing fruit like the jalapeno pepper plant is. That don't make no sense. I growed a cayenne pepper plant before, but when I grew it before, I grew it with a hydroponic set. I talked about this the other day. I grew it in my hydroponic set in my room, and it got real big. I grew hundreds, like hundreds of cayenne peppers, and I'm just looking at this plant like, dang, you ain't gonna sprout no fruit yet. What's really going on, bro? Come on, buddy. I like cayenne peppers. I need it. I need some of them in my life. Now my other plant I understand because she's trying to catch up with her friends and get big. You know what I'm saying? I really needed to have it sounds like my other phone is behind me. I really needed to have gave her the green nutrients, but I gave her the same nutrients as her friends, even though they really not the same height. But it's okay. It's okay. Hopefully she not mad at me. Because I shouldn't be expecting her to be where they at right now because they like three different heights right now. But I am kind of concerned. My cayenne pepper plant is like budding a little bit, but it's not like producing fruit the way I expected to. You said you have a garden at your church and y'all had dinner with some of the cucumbers and tomatoes. Yes, I am. I got strawberries right here. I have a tomato plant that I just discovered. Okay, I don't know where it came from. I think when it came down to it, I think it came from last year because I didn't sow seeds in there until last week, and it is impossible that I sowed seeds and it got that big within a week. So I think it was from last year, and I have no idea which tomato plant it is. Hopefully and prayerfully it's the tropical sunset, but I like cherry tomatoes too, so I'm gonna be happy either way. And I do have some tomato plants that I sowed seeds for. I have some jalapeno peppers that I'm actually going to go ahead and harvest today because they getting big over here. Cayenne pepper plants, some sweet pepper plants. And what are the fruit we got in here? That's it for the fruit. That's it for the fruit. I got beans going on outside and some peas, and I'm trying to get corn going. We're gonna see how that works. I don't know if they like this weather or not because it's just hot. Like it is hot, hot. But we'll see how they go. But you know what I'm saying? For the most part, I got a bunch of basil. I have carrots. I'm trying to get radishes going. And what else do we have? Onions. I have thyme and stuff like that. And I have flowers behind me and more basil. I'm growing lemon basil though. Like I don't know what it is, but the lemon basil is really digging this like area. They like really like it's sprouting up everywhere. It's sprouting up in random pots that I didn't grow it in. It's coming out of the ground over here in the corner. And you know what I'm saying? I am trying to grow other varieties of basil too. But yeah, that's what we got going on over here. We got a whole bunch of different stuff going on. I got other herbs that I'm trying to grow. We gonna see how it go. I tried to grow some watermelons for my baby, but some of them didn't make it. I don't know if they don't like that this area over here is not receiving as much sun. So I guess when I get him another watermelon plant, because next time we're gonna go ahead and buy him one, which is how we ended up with this plant. I was going to the store to buy him another watermelon plant, but they didn't have any watermelon plants like they said online. So I ended up getting him a strawberry plant. But you know what I'm saying? I'm probably going to end up putting it over here in this corner where the sun is. Either that or I'm going to put it outside so that it can get as much sun as possible because I know watermelons love sun, but those are the different fruits that we grow. Those are the different fruits. And I threw some other stuff. You said, man, I swear, what? Those are different fruit. And I have a cacti too. I have a aloe vera cacti. You know what I'm saying? It's a cactus, and it reminds me of my time spent in the desert, and it is also medicine. So I have that going on over here. That's one of my friends. It's been over here for a while. You said people don't be happy. Who not happy? What's wrong? You said stand up. I am not about to stand up. I'm sitting right here. I done finished an entire beer and I'm going in on my wine. I am not standing up anytime soon. You're going to have to go ahead and replay. You're going to have to go back. You said you stayed for 20 years. You said you started to see spaceships on Bankhead. What? What is going on? What's going on out there? That's a letter, ain't it? What's going on out in that letter, Jamar? You said you stayed with somebody for 20 years, but they act like you their enemy. I don't know what to say about that. I don't know what to say about that. I don't want to, you know what I'm saying? I ain't finna put myself in them. I can't stay. because of the way that my marriage just fell apart, I'm not finna put myself in the middle of that. You can say, you know what I'm saying, obviously, they flies get on my nerves. Hey, flies. You can say what you want, you can come in what you want, but, well, not exactly, because you can't come in certain things, you know what I'm saying? But you can come in and all that, but I can't study. I ain't finna feed into it because I don't want to get into the middle of whatever y'all have going on. But I think they starting to get sleepy, y'all. Yep, that's all right. The frogs will be out to come and get y'all soon. Frogs will be out. You said just facts and you venting like I am. I understand. I don't know what kind of argument you just had over there, Fred, but I hope everything's okay. Dang, these same flies get on my nerves, yo. Like, I feel you. I feel you. I understand. I really started to think that the flies think if they attack me, that it's gonna stop me from letting the frogs in here, and it's not. In fact, I'm gonna allow more frogs to come in here because you decided to bring more flies. But I feel you got your own problems. I already know. Life be life. You said, but I don't have a problem with a woman. Technically, I do. I have a problem with the woman that decided that she wanted to steal my man. So I do have a problem with a woman. I did. I'm just being honest. I do actually. I do. I have a problem with a woman. She decided that she wanted to steal my man. She's a nutcase, and you know what I'm saying. I don't have. I don't like it. You know what I'm saying. And she got it fixed in her head that he should be her husband, even though she was married when she got pregnant. So I do have a problem with a woman. I just really trying to. I'm trying to get over it and move on with my life and go on about my business, but it's hard because I'm traumatized. To be honest, a woman started the whole plethora of my problems. If she wouldn't have been whispering in his ear that he don't need to apologize to me, all this wouldn't have happened. Me and him probably would still be staying in the trailer. Me and my son would be over there with us. He would have his little room, and we would be in whatever trailer park, minding our business. And this right, all this whole little setup will be outside our trailer right now. You say you understand that stuff, baby. That's what's really going on. All I asked this man for was an apology. All he had to do was say, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have hit you so that I can go and sleep with some thought at the club. But he decided that he was going to follow behind a whole different thought and carry on with her and go here, there, everywhere with her. And now it's a situation where she's pregnant by him and he feel guilty if he leave. So he's staying over there, and that's fine. And I'm gonna have to get over my heartache and move on about my business and find me somebody else. And he's mad about that because he don't want to see me with nobody else. And he keep on going out of his way to try to keep me from moving on. And that's what I'm dealing with. And I don't have time for it. I'm sorry. So it is. I'm beefing with a man and a woman. I'm beefing with him, her, and his friend that insisted on keeping them together. So You said what? I know. Okay. I know. That's how I feel. That's why it's a situation where I'm sitting up here trying to just mind my business in my garden. And you know what I'm saying? Allow my little broken heart to get it together. But that's what I'm going through. I'm going through a situation where my ex, he said 20 years and no other kids. I understand you. You did a good job. But I understand. I do. I am in fact beefing with a woman though. You know what I'm saying? Because she is the one that insisted on having my man. And it's a situation where I'm tired of it. And I'm trying to gradually, hopefully, slowly but for surely move on with my life and find me somebody else. And you have a daughter with her? Yeah. We wasn't together for 20 years. We was together for 3 years. And it's been a headache. Even before he even met her, he was a headache, to be honest. Which is what I'm trying to tell myself to help me get over him a little bit faster. That he was a headache before he met her. So he probably would have been a headache for the carrying on of whatever amount of time. So I might as well just let it go and go on about my business. Because now somebody trying to make me, now somebody get mad. Let me find out he watching me. He getting mad. He trying to send me an EY. Don't you see none of that Mississippi voodoo over here, dang it. Stay your mind over there. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Okay, you should have stuck it to that ugly heifer raw, bro. We wouldn't even have this problem. Stay your behind right there, bro. Not finna deal with that. Don't you come over here trying to wish evil on me, dang it. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it, and I'm sick of it some more. And I'm serious. I'm trying to patch my little heart together and find me somebody else because I'm sick of him. And he was a headache before he even met that ugly broad. Well, she don't even know before he met her, it was other women that he was getting on my nerves with. And now he's sitting over there getting on my nerves with her. And it's like, I'm tired of him. I don't want to deal with this for the rest of my life. I'm tired. I'm exhausted. I'm irritated and I'm annoyed. And he for sure got me messed up. If he think I'm finna sit around and play second fiddle to this broad that he just met, him and her can kiss my entire behind. And I mean, I'm not dealing with that. I'm not dealing with it. I'm not. I refuse. I'm serious. I refuse. No, no, all the hell he put me through. Baby, if it's a situation where I'm not the queen, it's a situation where you're going to have to see bye. Okay, bye, bye, bye. I'm going to find me another friend. I do not care. You got other friends anyway. It ain't no situation where you got to search under rocks and nothing. Like, you already have people that you mess around with out here. So you ain't fooling me. Go see one of them then. I don't care. I'm serious. I'm not playing with him. You ain't finna put me in. No, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. If he don't, baby, talk about I'm being difficult and I forgot what else he said. I said, "Are you serious?" Meanwhile, you refuse to pack up. You said, "Why? Well, listen, I don't know who you are." You know what I'm saying? He talking all kinds of. I'm telling him, man. Meanwhile, you haven't packed up your bags and left her, bro. Stop playing with me. He said she haven't had to work in 5 years since your daughter was born. Dang, I don't know what y'all got going on over there. Once again, I ain't trying to get in the middle of it, but I hear what you're saying. I understand. I don't even know how to respond to that. I don't know how to respond to that. Cause I don't know. I don't know how to respond to that. I've never I honestly never talked to anybody from online, and I don't know. It's just I don't know. I guess I don't know. I don't know if it's just my generation. Probably not, because I think my generation is doing online dating. But me personally, I don't know. I guess I'm just old school. I don't know. But I know I'm trying to get over my ex and what he did. Cause baby, it was a lot. It was a lot. It was a lot. It was a lot, and it was a lot about. But I know he just, oh, we, maybe all the upset. Maybe all the interrupted my little nap. I thought I was gonna be happy when I heard my phone ringing. I saw his name and his picture, got pissed off. And the wild thing is, I ain't never saved it, but I guess when you have an Android phone, it just automatically, if it's somebody that have an Android phone, show their name and their picture and all that. Piss me off. Piss me off, bro. And texting me nonsense. Don't do this. Ooh. You said you can't heal from all your anger. Dang. I don't want to be nosy, but it's like, what was y'all arguing about something serious or something like that? I know y'all probably had the same kind of argument that I had going on, but I hope it's something that y'all be, what I'm saying, able to reconcile and get it together with. Baby, I've been sweating so hard. My little shirt is this good. Dang. You see what time it is, y'all. 7:30. Let me charge my phone on. Okay, let's see. It said she doesn't understand that y'all not enemies. Said the diamond is the enemy, or the world is the enemy. I guess I can understand that. I feel you, Tracy. That's really what I'm trying to focus on because it's kind of hard to even think about getting in another relationship with somebody because after everything that he put me through and everything that he tried to, you know what I'm saying, it really caused me a lot of drama, a lot of, I don't even know how to explain it, but it's just confusion, annoyance, irritation. I don't have time for it. It's been stressing me out in ways that I usually don't be stressed out like that. And it's really it's just I'm tired of it. You know what I'm saying? In reality, I want to get myself together, give me a little vehicle, and just do me and have me a good little time. Go from, you know what I'm saying, get back into hanging out, making friends, seeing friends that I have already, and just minding my own business. I don't have time for all this drama and nonsense that he's trying to bring in my life. And even when it comes to the conversation that me and him had today, I feel like he's just trying to bring more drama and nonsense in my life, and I don't feel like it. I'm tired, I'm irritated, and I don't want to deal with his mess no more. You said what, Gwan? I bet you Jamaican, Nick. Nick, you Jamaican. I knew a Nick that was Jamaican. I think what did I, baby? I knew a Nick that was Jamaican. I sure did. I knew a Nick that was Jamaican. What going, boy? What you got going, boy? Hey, I used to stay in Jamaica, but yeah, that's facts, man. I really am trying to focus on myself and just mind my business and make me some friends and carry on with the friends that I have already. And you know what I'm saying? Focus on, you know what I'm saying, the life that I've built for myself. You know what I'm saying? Possibly eventually build on my family relationships because they have been very shaky. And especially after what I went through in Austin, baby, you know what I'm saying? It's really shaky after that. And you know what I'm saying? He said, good luck, baby, and we're going to try it. Dang, bro. See, this why I don't like buying bras that are not from Victoria's Secret. Y'all see this thing that this brother made on my shirt? I'm so mad I don't know what to do with myself. I ain't even trying to talk about it, but we gonna go ahead and talk about it. Y'all see what this bra did to me? I need to give me a good Victoria's Secret bra ASAP. You know, see, these are things that I need to focus on. I finally found a bra that's, you know what I'm saying, stable. How do you know get them together? But dang it, she didn't got the name. The ink is all over my name. Dang, bruh. They messed up my little shirt. I'm gonna have to order a whole nother. This is one of my shirts, bruh. I sell this shirt, bruh. I don't know how. I pray to God I'm gonna be able to get rid of the stain. I'm so mad about this. I don't know what to do with myself. Whew. But yeah, that is what I'm trying to do is focus on me, focus on my baby boy, and just mind my business. Yeah, that's what I am trying to let him do whatever. He you know what I'm saying, sit up there and try to make threats and talk all kind of noise, talk about he finna find him another friend. I already, like I said earlier, he have friends already. He have friends already. He had friends before he met her. He had people that he messed around with out here before he met her. And I really could care less. What I want him to do, if it's a situation where he want to be with me and it gotta be me, then he needs to leave her. And if it's a situation where he don't care if it's just me and he could be with just anybody else, fine, bruh. Go and be with whoever it is that you need to be with and leave me alone. Ain't nobody got time for that. baby, I had time. What you talking about, Nick, is absolutely ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? I can't say. I do not like. I've been noticing a lot of videos of parents and this elder. You know what I'm saying? These boomers, bruh, coming up online. Gen X too, and the boomers coming online, calling themselves exposing their kids, bruh. I don't understand what will possess somebody to decide that their child is their enemy. And their way of punishing their child is by embarrassing them into the entire world. And that'll get them. And that I feel like it's some parents that really be feeling some type of way about their kids. And you know what I'm saying? It shouldn't be no situation where you feeling some type of way about your child to such an extent that, you know what I'm saying? I saw this one lady video and I seen, I think 2 or 3 of them. And the first video, she was moving this bed from her backyard to the front yard and saying that her son refused to help her. And then the next one that she posted, she talking about her sorry son. She asked her sorry son to clean out the trash can, and he ain't clean out the trash can. So she going out there doing. And in every video, she wearing, like, you know what I'm saying? I get it that it's hot, but it's like, you know what I'm saying? She wearing clothes that, you know what I'm saying? And it's like, she talking about she married. And it's like, sis, if you married, why your husband ain't helping you do that though? And if you married, why is it a situation where it's nobody? Why is your husband not handling it? And I feel like in reality, I've seen videos of women coming online. I found my daughter was messing out with some boy. I found my daughter was this, that, and the third. Baby, this been going on for generation after generation after generation. When it really come down to it, when girls first started, you know what I'm saying? It was a situation where they was married off. And now it's a situation where we waiting until 18 and up. And like, you know what I'm saying? Why in the world are you trying to embarrass your child? Why do you feel like it is funny to make your child a laughing stock? What parent even finds pride in that? I feel like how embarrassing. I would never find a sense of pride in saying something nasty, sick, and evil about my own child. Why in the world would you broadcast your child's downfalls? It don't make them look bad. It make you look bad because you was the parent. You was the mama and the papa. And just like people be saying in her comments, you are the mother. Why is it a situation where you asked him to, tell him to? You a bad parent. And I don't understand why my son won't help me. My son won't help me. Girl, tell him to get off his behind and help you. You are the parent. You're not his friend. And you coming online trying to make him look bad is like, what in the world? That ain't gonna do nothing but bring a rift between you and your own child. Your own child is gonna have hate in their heart for you, because what kind of parent would come online and embarrass their child like that for attention? I'm just being real. That ain't what real parents do. That ain't how real parents show love. That's fake. I would never do that to my son. If it's a situation where I feel like his room is dirty, I may help him clean it, but I'm not finna take pictures and videos and broadcast it. How embarrassing. Why would you do that to your child? I'm just, regardless to the age. Regardless to the age, even if your child is grown, why in the world would you do something like that? That is so wicked. And you know what I'm saying? I can't stunt. I have heard of different stories, and I've seen different things, and I've seen situations where men felt some kind of way about their sons, but in reality, and women feeling some kind of way about their daughters. And you know what I'm saying? When it comes down to it, it shouldn't be a situation where a mother or a father are in competition with their child. It shouldn't be that way. It should never be a situation where you are in competition with your child. That's wild. It should be a situation where you are proud of your child. You want your child to graduate college. You want your child to excel in whatever profession that they have going on. You should want your child to be good, even if it's they a homemaker and they're the best mother and they're the best cook and they're the best gardener or whatever it is they got going on. You should be proud of it. What kind of parent wants to go around talking nasty, evil, and wicked about their own child? It makes them look bad because you the one that raised them. And that's real. That's real. I've never understood the logic of that. I have never understood the logic of that. Baby, I worked with a woman that told me she drugged her daughter in the middle of the street and fought her like she was a stranger. And as soon as she told me that, I stopped rocking with her. What kind of mother would do that to her own daughter? That don't make sense. That don't make sense. I've met women that told me their mothers kicked them out when they were teenagers or when they became grown, like, and you gonna have to get out my house and you gonna have to go on somewhere with that. And they confused and don't understand what's going on, and they don't understand why their mother treating them like that. That's wicked. It shouldn't be no situation where you are in competition with your own child. And well, she don't clean like I do, and she don't cook like I. Did you teach her how to cook? Did you teach her how to clean? It shouldn't be a situation where you send around trying to compete with your child. That's the child that you raised. You should be praising them. Look, they doing exactly what I taught them. And if they not, then tell them what they doing that's wrong. What utter nonsense. I'm just being real. It don't make sense. It don't make sense. It makes no logic. I don't agree with it. I don't agree with it. I think that is this pure wicked. It shouldn't be a situation where you have been, that's like somebody, it was your job to go through and organize all the clothes on the rack at the store. And you decided that you weren't going to do that. But instead, you decided to pull out your phone and record. Look, this how the rack look, y'all. This how the rack look. That is your job. You were supposed to clean the rack. What? You get it? That's stupid. That's my opinion. That's my opinion. I'm just being real. And after you turn a certain age, because I know me personally, all the stuff that I have going on, I have enough stuff that is obviously for a house because I had a house and I had to, you know what I'm saying, move into my mother's house. So I got so much stuff in apartment. I really need my own house. But when it comes down to it, we gonna have to make it do what it do and we have our own house. I'm really too old to be staying here anyways. But you know what I'm saying, when it comes down to it, you only can do what you can do. You said your siblings can keep the inheritance if they even have it for us. I gotta depart from this country. Why you want to leave the country? You feel like you're not free? That's sad. Ooh. I don't know. I mean, if that's what you want to do. I know one thing that I've learned about moving to other places, sometimes it's not all that it's cracked up to be. But simultaneously, if that's what you feel like you got to do your thing. I can't say. I know one thing I have seen a lot of people talk about, you know what I'm saying? The boomer parents and the Gen X parents and something else, yo. But I know what you just said, baby. That is like I couldn't imagine. You know what I'm saying? A parent doing something like that. You know what I'm saying? As grown as I am, in reality, I keep my room clean. You know what I'm saying? As clean as I possibly can. My room is small, but my room is small, so it ain't really enough space in there for me to have all my stuff going on. But that's the only space that I have. So I do have a lot of stuff going on in there, but I do keep it clean. You know what I'm saying? Make my bed up every day and all that. But I could understand how it can be frustrating if you are in a position to where your parent is trying to, you know what I'm saying, put you on blast and make you out to be a bad person when you probably already, if you staying at your parents' house, you going through it already any dang ways. To be honest, as somebody that is staying with a parent and I'm grown, baby, it ain't no situation where I'm staying with my mama because this is the best. You know what I'm saying? That's what I want to do. I'm staying with my mama because this is the best choice. What else can I do, bro? And you know what I'm saying? Where else am I gonna go? You know what I'm saying? I'm just being real. So when it come down to it, it's like I feel like that's messed up. That's like, you know what I'm saying, putting somebody that is homeless and on the blast because, oh look, they got a tent and they got this and they got that and look how messy it look. I mean, they already going through HE double hockey sticks anyways. Y'all fighting over your parents. I know. I just started talking about what was going on. I started talking about what Nick was talking about. But you know what I'm saying? That would be messed up. You know what I'm saying? Somebody that, because in reality, an adult staying with their parents is technically homeless. And if it's a situation where you homeless and you know what I'm saying, you just trying to do the best that you can, and somebody trying to put you on blast and embarrass you, that's messed up. That's really effed up, yo. I can't stunt. That's something that's really like that's out of line and out of order. Why in the world would you do somebody like that? They already going through it as is, and then on top of that, they got to deal with the fact that you sitting up here trying to embarrass them and put them on blast and belittle them. This is why, you know what I'm saying, this is the type of person that would cause somebody to want to hurt themselves and want to cause themselves harm. Why would you do your own child like that? You know what I'm saying? And then have the audacity to get up on the podium. I don't know why they would do something like this. I don't understand. I don't understand why they would do this. And I would never assume this. And I would never this, that, and the third. But that was the whole cause of it. How wicked. Baby, that's what I'm gonna have to do. Keep it to myself. In reality, I was trying to keep my trailer to myself, but it's like some people really be going out of their way to try to figure out what I got going on, where I'm moving, and what I'm doing. It is so annoying, yo. It's like somebody is really bothered by me getting myself together. It really is. It is somebody, yo. It is somebody, yo. But I know, you know what I'm saying? Whoever it is, they keeping it quiet. It's a situation where whoever it is that they sitting around being messy with is not coming back and telling me. But I bet you whoever it is that keep got my name in their mouth and steady talking down on me, that's the person. Every time I get myself together, they feel some type of way because they don't have nothing to say about me, and it's a bother to them. So they gotta try to send somebody to mess with me. I know the next time I move, I'm not moving. I'm not moving. I'm not moving back. Uh-uh. Somebody try to come up in there, I'm gonna be sitting there waiting on them with the lights off. I'll be like, how's you doing? Oh no, don't run. Come here. Don't you run. Get over here then. I'm sick of it. I'm not dealing with it anymore. We gonna shut that all the way down. We baby lights out. And that's gonna be the end of that. Okay. I mean, won't nobody else try to keep the name no in. Baby, that's gonna be the end of that. Baby, I'm mad I even left. You know what I'm saying? I really, you know what I'm saying? But in reality, it was a situation where they, you know what I'm saying, trying to hook it up and pull it off, and that's a problem. Nah, we ain't doing that no more. Baby, I'm not dealing with it no more. Even if I was to go ahead and give me another trailer, baby, I'm either gonna park whatever vehicle right in front of it, or we gonna take off the hooks and stuff. I'm gonna have to look into that. You know what I'm saying? Because the trailer, honestly, it was perfect for me and my son. And some of these trailer parks really are nice. You know what I'm saying? They have like a whole little resort thing going on. The last one we stayed in had a lake. It had a really nice pool with a jacuzzi, a little game room with all kind of little like pool tables in there. It had like foosball table and all that kind of stuff. Baby, it was live. You know what I'm saying? I was like, dang, we need to make us some friends, son, so we can have us a little party. Barbecue pits and everything. Baby. For real. You know what I'm saying? I don't know why more people don't, you know what I'm saying? But I guess it's because people be, baby. But next time I got dang be moving, baby, somebody trying to come up in there, baby, it's gonna be the end of that. I bet not nobody else come over there messing with me. That's gonna be the end of them. And that's just gonna be that. I know what it feels like to, you know what I'm saying, have nowhere at all to sleep. I would be happy and go lucky in my goddamn trailer. And if anybody come and try to take it from me, we gonna have a problem. Just the same way me and the people in Austin was about to have a problem. We gonna have a problem. It is some hateful people out here. Really going out of their way, feeling some kind of way. And it's like every time, yo, when I got my townhouse, it was people that really going out of their way to try to keep me from having a house. When I got my trailer, the same thing. When I had the Impala, when I had the Charger, I don't know who it is that is stalking and harassing me. But I know one golly gosh darn thing. When God come through for me this time, I'm not losing nothing. I'm not playing with nobody. And I mean it. And if somebody comes trying to come for me in my house, it's going to be a full blown. We're going to have us a problem out there. We're going to have us an issue out there. I'm not dealing with this no more. I'm too old to be going back and forth. You know what I'm saying? To still having to say, well, mama, this is ridiculous. Ain't nobody got time for this. At all. I'm not dealing with this no more. I could have been done. You know what I'm saying? In reality, if I would have stayed in my trailer and just stood my ground, I probably would have had it paid off by now. I'm not dealing with this anymore. I'm not doing this anymore. It makes no logical sense that I even had to go through any of the things that I had to go through. To be honest. And I guess it's a situation where my ex is gonna stay where he at, and that's fine. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not finna deal with this no more. I'm sick of it. And it was, you know what I'm saying, even when it came to at that trailer park, it's not a situation where I was bothering nobody. It ain't no vibe where I was trying to kick nobody door in. I wasn't messing with people. It wasn't a situation where me and my son was going to the pool every day or we was trying to make people feel uncomfortable. It was no logical reason as to why we had to go through what we went through. But I know one thing. The next time I get myself together, I'm not letting go of it. That's going to be the end of it. And because it seems like I'm probably going to be staying by myself, baby, that's just going to be that. You know what I'm saying? Unless I connect with some of my family members. But in reality, I ain't going to be able to. I don't know if I'm going to have a trailer that's big enough for, you know what I'm saying, other people to stay there. But you know what I'm saying? Ain't no selling. You know what I'm saying? Maybe have somebody sleeping on the couch or something, bro, because it ain't, I'm not dealing with this shit. I'm not dealing with it no more. Baby, go looking for one of my cousins. You need a place to stay? Pull up. sick of this. I'm sick of this. Baby, we ain't finna deal with that no more. You said, where you at, miss? I said it already. I'm in Houston. I'm in Houston. I'm in Houston. You can't tell by my accent. I'm from Houston. I got a country hood accent and I'm from Houston. Baby, baby, somebody gonna have to pull up where I'm not finna deal with this no more. I'm sick of it. It don't make no sense. Oh, you say you just tuned in. Yeah, I'm from Houston. I feel you. I'm trying. I'm trying. You know what I'm saying? It's really frustrating. Cause it's like the last time when I was staying in my trailer, I'm sitting there at the table recording my videos and my phone is notifying me of the man outside trying to break in the dang trailer. And I'm steady, you know what I'm saying? Even though I guess I could have just sat there and let him break in and then, you know what I'm saying? But I'm trying to be peaceful. It shouldn't be no situation where all they gotta go on. I'm constantly telling him, hey, if you kick this door in, it's gonna be a problem. He act like he don't understand what I'm saying. He act like he not trying to hear that. He act like he's, you know what I'm saying? But like I said, the next time I have to deal with that, I'm not giving no warnings. I'm not giving any warnings. You know what I'm saying? Baby, I'm serious. I'm not giving any warnings. I'm not going outside. I'm going to cut all the lights off and I'm going to sit right there and wait on you to bust in the door. And that's going to be that. And that's going to be the end of it. And that's going to be how that's going to go. I'm serious. I'm going to sit right there and wait and be patient. Okay? And because I'm not dealing with it. You know what I'm saying? I don't feel like dealing with that no more. It shouldn't be no situation where I can't have a house in peace. I can't even have a trailer in peace. You know what I'm saying? That's nonsense. You know what I'm saying? It's not a situation where me and my son was bothering nobody. It shouldn't be a situation where we can't stay in a dang trailer and mind our business in peace. You know what I'm saying? I'm just being real. But that halfway be what I do because I did like my little trailer, but I'm gonna have to find me a trailer park that have, you know what I'm saying, some people, some chocolate people in it. I'm gonna have to find me one that ain't racist, thank you. Because it ain't gonna be no situation where everybody working together trying to get me out. We gonna have to find us one that ain't no problems going on. And I get it that my job bothers people, but it shouldn't bother people to such an extent that they trying to break in the dang house and kick my dang door in. That don't even make sense. And you know what I'm saying? For the most part, I work while other people is at work. Straight up. Baby, okay, ain't gonna be no warning. It's not, baby. I'm not opening the door. I'm not coming outside. I'm not finna argue with you, baby. It's gonna be a situation where, baby, and that's just gonna be that. It shouldn't have, baby. I shouldn't have to argue with nobody and tell them that the reason as to why they are not allowed to kick my dang door in, yo. I'm tired of it. I'm sick of it. I'm not dealing with that anymore. With a tiny house, yeah, that would be nice. The only thing is with tiny houses, because of the laws, especially the laws in Houston, you have to have a place to put it. Like I would have to try to convince somebody that, you know what I'm saying, I want to build my tiny house on their land. And then on top of that, my son is my size at this point, and I don't know if he gonna be okay with a tiny house because he gonna want his own room. You said the one then I might as well get a trailer. To be honest, I might as well get another trailer. Then have a, you know what I'm saying? To be honest, if it, I'm just being honest. I might as well go ahead and get me another trailer, and you know what I'm saying, fix it up. I might try to get one that's cash instead of getting one on payments, but I might as well get me another trailer, and that be that. Find me. I'm gonna have to take out the time to find a nice trailer park. You said get an RV and go on trips and come visit. That would be cool. You know what I'm saying? To travel around and have like meetups in different areas and stuff like that. But the only thing about that is it's kind of hard to pull trailers, and I don't know how I will be able to pull that thing around. I would need somebody to drive it, and at the moment I don't have anybody to drive it. I'm gonna have to pay somebody to get it off the light. So you know what I'm saying? It'll be a situation where I'm gonna have to I don't know. Either that or figure it out and try to drive slow. And I ain't trying to, you know what I'm saying? You said, yep. Pray they go and have it. Have to pray over the trailer before we pull off and pray while we driving. Until I get a hang of it, because I don't really know how to drive with no trailer. I can't stay. I guess eventually I'll end up be by a special somebody eventually somewhere down the road and he can drive it, okay? Because I already know I ain't gonna be able to do that. I'm gonna mess something up unless I get a small one. I had a coworker. Yeah, that might be better to get the motorhome that's all connected in one and seven instead of having a latch. That might be better. I had a coworker that had like a small little she had a small little trailer, and even though it was small, I know the small trailers still have everything in there. The only thing about the small trailers is it's kind of typically a situation where your bed is either your couch or your dining room table, or it's a situation where it comes down on top of the couch or the dining room table, or both. And you know what I'm saying, I don't mind it, but I don't really want to have to, you know what I'm saying, let my bed down every night. I can't stand in the trailer that me and my son had. It was a situation where I was more so sleeping on the couch than I was in my bed most of the time, anyways, because you know what I'm saying, I wanted to be right there. Somebody kicked that door in, I shall do it. I'm right there. I ain't gonna give them the opportunity to get to my son room. Mm-mm. I'm right there, right on the couch, right there by the door. Waiting on them. But me and my son was alternating. I slept during the day while he was up playing his game with his friends, and he slept during the night while I was up recording. But you know what I'm saying? It shouldn't be that. It should be a situation where I can, you know what I'm saying, sleep peacefully through the night. My son can sleep peacefully through the night. Everybody is minding their own business. But you know what I'm saying? I don't know. I might make some alterations on my personal when I once I get mine, you know what I'm saying? If I get another one, I'll probably make some alterations on my door so it's not a situation where they can use that fits all latch to pop the, you know what I'm saying, pop the lock off and all that kind of stuff, because that's what's really going on. I saw what he was doing. He was using this tool that you use if you get locked out of your trailer, you can use it to get in there. And I understand it ain't nothing wrong with having that, but it is something wrong when you using that to try to rob or kidnap or harass other people. It is a problem. You know what I'm saying? So I might have to make some different kind of how do you say it? Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna have to make some changes to my little, you know what I'm saying, to whatever I have going on, because we ain't finna deal with that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Mm-mm. But that is originally what I wanted, was a motorhome that you could drive. The only thing about the ones that you can drive, they cost more than a trailer. And another thing about it is, if something go wrong with the motor and you have to get it fixed, like you have to basically stay in a hotel for however many nights while the motor and the engine on your house is getting fixed. And it's kind of like an inconvenience. You know what I'm saying? To say the least, it's an inconvenience because you can't go home for however many nights until it's fixed. It's a situation where whatever you have inside of there is basically at the mercy of whoever is fixing it. You have to find somebody that can fix it. And you know what I'm saying? Those are the, and then on top of that, they cost more, because they do. They really typically cost way more than getting a trailer. And a trailer, once you fix it up, is, you know what I'm saying? And it's like, you know, you may have certain little problems, but for the most part, once you have it fixed up, it's fixed up and it should last for a few years. But when you have the one that have a motor and an engine connected to it, you have the same kind of problems that you have with cars. And that's the only problem I have with them. But I don't know. I might give me another trailer. Baby, I said that and it was all threes along. I might end up getting me another trailer. He said it's nice to hear from a mature woman who talks about needs from their man. Baby, all I need is a man that have a legitimate job and that is not, you know what I'm saying, cheating at such a rate that he's cheating with the neighbor and my family and friends. And if a man can do that, then we can, you know what I'm saying? But dang it, I'm sick of all the other stuff. I'm not dealing with that anymore. I'm over it. If he can't find the, you know what I'm saying, the what is it called? Like, it should be a situation where you so dang lustful that you can't even think straight to understand that, dang it, if you try to holler at my best friend, I'm gonna feel some kind of way, that I don't want to deal with you, bro. I know. If it's a situation where you can't understand, if you hollering at the neighbor, that's gonna bother me. If we can't go on a date without you trying to talk to the waiter, bro, I'm not dealing with it. I'm just being honest. But I'm for sure thinking about that. Thank you, Tracy. Too chill. I might actually go ahead and give me another trailer, because at first I was thinking that I wasn't gonna get it because of everything that happened last time. But what I might do, I feel like one thing that messed me up last time is I didn't put cameras around my entire trailer, and I'm probably gonna do that this time. I'm probably also gonna put cameras underneath my trailer, because you know what I'm saying. Just, you know, the last time I didn't want to put cameras all around because I didn't want it to be a situation where my neighbors felt like I was trying to watch them. But in reality, I don't want anybody to think that, okay, well, that's a blind spot. So I'm gonna go ahead and put cameras, and I'm gonna put cameras like the one that I have back here by my greenhouse and on the garage. I'll probably get a few more of those and put them all the way around my trailer, because I can move them. You know what I'm saying? If I want to see what somebody is doing over there, I can actually rotate the camera around so I can see it. So I'm probably gonna get like 4, possibly 5 of them and put it all the way around, and then get a few cameras underneath, just in case I need to see what's going on underneath. Because that's one thing I noticed, that he had like this little slider board or whatever, and he was crawling underneath the dang trailer trying to pick the lock. All right. You say you'll be back. All right. I'm probably finna go take a break too, because I gotta use the restrooms. I'm really probably about to go in the house. What time is it? I was trying to wait till the lights come on. They about to come on now because it's 8 o'clock. Let me see these. No, they haven't came on yet. But that probably be what I do. Go ahead and give me another one, but I'll probably give me one of the cash, bro. instead of making payments. Because the one that I had, the insurance company, like they was trying to tell me, you know, you paying like 3 times the amount for this trailer. This trailer's supposed to be 6,000 cash. That's all it's really worth. It ain't worth what you paying for it. So I'm probably gonna go ahead and give me one and pay cash for it if I can, and carry on by my business. Ooh. I'll be back, y'all. I'm gonna go use the restroom. Oh, I'll make this stuff away. A little bit better. Dang, I went in there and still forgot to bring my pens outside. Man, y'all, my beans looking a little bit better. But the only thing is, this is my first time growing beans, so I don't even know if they just naturally have leaves that are kind of light green, or if it's a situation where they need more nutrients than what I gave them. So I guess I'm gonna have to see what they looking like tomorrow. I'll probably go stay out here until these lights start coming on, and you know what I'm saying, vibe with the you know what I'm saying, vibe with it a little bit, and then I'm gone by my business. see if my frog friends come out here and start eating some of these things. Flies get on my nerves. I feel like they hide somewhere. They must. I don't know where they chill at. They probably hiding in these basil plants somewhere. I know frogs like water though. I don't have no like water area out here. So, you know what I'm saying? Once I do have my own little place, I'm probably gonna give me one thing I saw is when me and my son went to Home Depot, they have the big old Jack Daniel buckets. Now it's a given. My son looked at the price, it's $75, so we can't afford it right now. But you know what I'm saying? Once we can, I would like to get one of them. And you know what I'm saying, possibly get like a plastic lining inside of it and turn it into like an aqua garden so that I can have more, you know what I'm saying, like frogs and probably get some lily pads and stuff like that going on in there. But I'm gonna wait until I have my own house for that. But I would like to have a little aqua garden going on too. Honestly, if I do get another trailer, I'm probably gonna have to have two two lots. Now this might fit on the same lot. If I get if I go to a trailer park that is, you know what I'm saying, is big enough to have the trailer on one side. Yeah, the second one me and my son stayed at, the lot was big enough. It was big enough for the trailer, and then I had a bunch of space on the side of me and a whole little green a whole little lawn. So it was like, you know what I'm saying, I do know some of them are big enough for you to have like something like this going on. So hopefully and prayerfully I'm gonna find me one that's big enough for me to have my trailer and my little greenhouse. And oh yeah, hopefully and prayerfully. Honestly, if it ain't big enough, we ain't gonna be able to say. We gonna have to find what it is, because I know it's possible, and that's what we gonna do. We gonna find us what is gonna give us enough space for us to have, like, you know what I'm saying, our little garden going on the outside. Have my baby pool set up. Have my pool set up. And I guess, I don't know, possibly, but you know what I'm saying? It kind of is, point. I guess if they got a pool out there, it's kind of like, what's the point? Because he probably going to prefer to go to the pool that they got instead of setting up the pool at our little area, but we'll see. I know I like my little pool. I feel like it's perfect for like a millennial bulb because it got a cushion at the bottom of it and it's pink with little flowers all around it. But he got the way. Is that light up? It's clear and it light up and glow in the dark. So I don't know. He might want his pool. I don't know. We'll see. You know what I'm saying? We'll see. Yeah, I guess it goes by how he flows. You know what I'm saying? One day he might want to be in his own pool. And one day it might be a situation where he want to go to the pool where I guess if other people is in the pool, then he gonna want to go, like other kids. He gonna want to go and hang out over there. But if ain't nobody but adults over there, he probably gonna prefer to be in his own pool. So we'll see. In his own pool, you know what I'm saying? If we got it like that, it'll be nice to have, like, even if it's just a little small TV that we can move around and put outside, and he'll be able to watch whatever TV show and cartoons that he want to watch. These flies is just wild, and they climb into the. But we'll see how that happens. Oh, the sunset is so pretty. Dang, I missed most of it in the restroom, yo. I missed most of it in the restroom, but I definitely want to get me another little bird feeder. And I have a bird bath, but I want to get the little Jack Daniels one so that I can have like a big, you know what I'm saying, area for not only just birds, but I would like frogs to be feeling comfortable and lizards. And I'm not trying to make snakes comfortable. But I know they probably are gonna feel cozy and comfortable as soon as I add a dang like a little pun in there. We're not trying to make the snakes comfortable. Mm. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Oh, tired. Wait, now my lights come on. I'm gonna go inside and watch Daria. Yeah, that was wild about you say you back. What's up, Dick? It's wild because I love the little show Daria. But I think while I relate to Daria a little bit, I feel like I relate more to her sister. I relate to both of them, but I feel like I'm probably more like her sister than I am like her. Uh, I know everybody don't know what show I'm talking about because it's a very old show, but I love that little show. I'm finna go in there and watch it. I'm trying to get through all the seasons and rewatch it. I do remember seeing it when I was younger, but it wasn't a show that I just watched all the time. So I'm trying to watch it, what I'm saying, from the first season all the way through. It's one of the few cartoon shows that it's like they didn't keep going, what I'm saying, past its prime. Once the show was over, it was over. And what I'm saying, I looked it up and everything. They really just decided that once it was the time where she graduated high school, they felt like it was no need to keep the show going, and they really just stopped it there. But it's a really cool show, and I'm gonna go and watch it. I should have put that thing up, but it's okay. It's all right that it's not up. Mm. Baby, I can't think. If Austin wouldn't have been so awful, what I'm saying, before I left, I would have went back once I had my money together and moved into one of their tiny home communities. But I guess they what in the world? I don't know why they let you say that. You can't say that. You don't remove that. You can't come on here and say that. But anywho, um if Austin wasn't so dang awful, I would have went ahead and got me one of the little tiny homes that they have different tiny home communities out there. I knew that before I was out there. But you know what I'm saying? It was so dang weird. The people was so dang weird that I was like, I was thinking about it. And I don't know if it's a situation. It is not tarot. I'm literally just sitting in my greenhouse talking. And my other videos are me prophesying and what I'm saying, preaching. So it is the complete opposite. It is the complete opposite of tarot. But one thing I didn't like is when I was staying in Austin, I just felt like they just started getting so dang weird. And I know it's not everybody. Some people are not weird out there. And I did meet some nice people, but I can't stunt the one weirdo that I did come across. Like he was so that it is somebody that got chickens over here. Y'all hear them? Y'all hear the chickens? Anyways, it was the one weirdo that I ended up running across out there. It creeped me out to such an extent that I don't even want to stay out there, yo. And in reality, it's too far from my son, anyways. But that really did run me away from there. You said, "Yup, look." I knew I wasn't tripping. See, I had seen like a while ago somebody that threw away a chicken coop, and I was like, "Somebody got chickens over here." They keep their chickens quiet. I don't know why they so loud today. Maybe they getting food or something. This is my first time hearing some dang chickens, but I know I hear some dang chickens, bro. I know I'm not tripping. But I was thinking about getting me a little tiny house and staying out there in one of their tiny house communities because they got a bunch of little tiny house neighborhoods out there. But you know what I'm saying? For whatever reason, I don't know what they it started getting weird out there. You said y'all can have chickens out there. Where you at? I want some chickens, but that's one thing that have me, you know what I'm saying about the trailer park is you can't really have no chickens out there. I would like to have chickens. I love me some little chickens. They so cute. You said where are the tiny homes? They got a bunch of little tiny home neighborhoods out there in Austin. I know in Austin they do. They got different tiny home neighborhoods, and it's different companies that build tiny homes. But you gotta, search for them, obviously. But they even have a dang community, which I didn't know about until I moved there. They have a community that is like to get people that are homeless off the streets. But the only thing about that is, it's like in order for you to get a house in that neighborhood, you have to have been homeless out there for at least a year. And it's a situation where you have to have been in that network. Like it has to be a situation where people know that you're homeless and you've been out there homeless for a year and etc. And it's you know said that's a bit much. You said what exactly? And then it's like you have to go on an interview to move in the neighborhood. You said that's wild. Baby, that's what they got going on. But I ain't tripping on it because I feel like it's a good thing. It's weird. That slogan is "Keep Austin Weird," but anyways, you know what I'm saying. I felt like it was weird because it was so many people that was literally like, you said requirements and you already homeless. That's what I thought. I was like, wait. That's how I felt. I was like, we gotta do what? I was like, but I'm already sleeping outside, bruh. Like, what else do you want from me? It's like somebody telling you you gotta survive for a year before you can move over here. Like, huh? Baby, in different ways, y'all don't understand. Y'all thought I was BS and I really was trying to figure out some kind of way to put my adult person britches on and find my own way off the streets, bruh. And it's like every time I tried to find some kind of outlet where I could do it on my own, it was like, nope, you can't do this because of this, and you can't do this because of this, and you can't do this because of this. That every shelter they had was full, and if it wasn't full, it was a situation where it was a wait list, and it was like it was just so confusing. It was so confusing. I didn't understand. And one thing I didn't understand is if the shelters are full, why in the world haven't they moved the people that have been in the shelters for all this long amount of time into apartments so that the shelters won't be full anymore and they could get more people off the street. And it's like, I wasn't understanding the logic. I don't understand who is running everything. I don't understand. I don't know if they trying to keep people homeless or what they got going on out there. It was so confusing to me. It was so confusing to me. It didn't make any sense. It was like, okay, so I get that the shelters are full, but the apartments are not. So you said that makes sense. That's how I felt. I was like, okay, the logic would be if somebody been at the shelter for dang near 3 months, we can go ahead and move them into an apartment. And then we can move somebody else that's sleeping on the streets into the shelter. Why in the world are they keeping people in the shelters for years? And that's what, like, this is not me just making stuff up. I'm talking to people, getting to know people, and you said transition needs to happen at some point. It seemed like even the transition shelter, it was people that I was meeting that have been staying there for years. And I'm like, when are they going to give them an apartment, bruh? What is the logic? I don't understand. I just don't understand. I was not understanding what they had going on. Why? I was just so confused, bro. It didn't make any sense. Them people were sitting up there, and I remember I was going over there asking for information, and a man came out of the men's shelter to the women's shelter, like he was standing on guard. Now everybody can't just move over here. Like, why in the world y'all got security? Somebody that is homeless working as security. Like, what y'all got going on? Why haven't y'all moved these people into their own apartments, bro? It shouldn't be no situation where somebody is so comfortable in a shelter that they feel like they running things. I'm just what is going on? I was so confused. I get that, but at the same time, it shouldn't be like it was so many people that literally had nowhere to go. And that is my point, because it's one thing, I get it, that they getting funding and etc. But after somebody has been there for a while, they should in fact move on into an apartment. It shouldn't be a situation where you have all these people staying in a shelter for years to such an extent when it's somebody that needs the help, they can't even receive help because you are full. And then the people that need help, ain't no telling what they getting taken up out of here, kidnapped, and all kind of awful things are happening to them because they literally have nowhere else to go, and they are basically being succumbed to whatever is going on the streets. And I'm not understanding why they are carrying on the way that they are. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? That was confusing to me. But once again, keep Austin weird, bro. Because I was like, what? What? But I tried. Baby, ain't nobody finna make me feel bad for having to move back in with my mama, because I tried. I sure did. I tried. I looked into every Austin, Texas. I looked into every kind of place that said that they allegedly helped homeless people. I looked into every place that said they allegedly would help homeless people get off the streets, and nobody should have to sleep outside, and nobody should have to go through this, and nobody should have to go through that. And dang it, when I say all of them said they were full, and I was confused because all the apartments in that area were saying that they open and we have, you know what I'm saying? It don't make any sense. I'm not understanding what's going on. But you know what I'm saying? I don't run a shelter, and I don't know what it takes to run a shelter. But I know, you know what I'm saying? From my point of view, I feel like, why in the world are they not just moving the people that have been in the shelter for whatever amount of time into an apartment so they can then move people that are actually homeless into the shelter? I just don't get it. You know what I'm saying? The people that were staying in the shelter were so dang comfortable there. It's like they had an apartment. They would leave the shelter and go and party, and you know what I'm saying, and come back. And I'm like, why in the world are they not giving these people apartments so that the people that actually need to have somewhere to sleep can have somewhere to sleep? I don't understand. You said deception. That could be what it is. Ain't no telling. Ain't no telling. Ain't no telling. It could, baby. It could be. Ain't no telling what they really had going on. Because I was confused. I was all the confused. I was like, what in the world is going on out here? It should be no situation where they got all them shelters out there and they have all these businesses and companies that saying that they are helping people and getting people off the streets, and they have all this going on, and it's a situation where it's so many people. And a wild thing is they have laws against homelessness out there. They don't want anybody like sleeping on the streets. They don't want anybody sleeping outside of businesses. They don't want anybody sleeping in the park. But simultaneously, they don't have anywhere for these people to go. And it doesn't make any logical sense. Then where are they supposed to go? If they can't sleep in public property, then where are they supposed to sleep? Where are they supposed to go? And that like really caused me a lot of frustration. And to such an extent, you know what I'm saying? I had a storage, and somebody that just out of nowhere decided to get a storage over there started harassing me and stalking me. And I know you stay here, and but you need to not do this, and you need to, I'm calling the cops on y'all kind of crazy stuff. The cops told him he gonna have to take his behind on somewhere. You can't tell somebody that is doing what they are supposed to do. I had 24-hour access. It's a situation where I can go in there if it's raining, if it's a situation where it's cold or whatever, I could go in there and sit in there. And that's the reason I was paying the extra amount of money, so that I could go in there if I needed to. And it shouldn't be no situation where somebody is trying to tell me, well, you need to be outside in the cold and going through HE double hockey sticks like everybody else. The utter nonsense, bro. But it ain't nowhere to go. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm just being real. And I remember when it rained real bad out there, and you know what I'm saying, we had went to one of the churches for breakfast, and they were saying that everybody that had slept by the river, because it's a river going through Austin, they lost everything. Because the river had flooded up. Some people might have, you know what I'm saying, in reality got caught into the river and drowned, bro, because it was raining that bad. And it's like, why in the world are they not doing anything about this? This is a problem. And if it's a situation where they don't want homeless people sitting around at parks and out and about and wandering around, why in the world are they not either making more shelters or forcing the shelters to actively put people that are there already into apartments so that they can have space for people that don't have nowhere to go? Y'all get what I'm saying? It's just a headache. It was a headache to me. I could not understand it. That is hindering progress. Because it should be a situation where, you know what I'm saying, that I can't study. Living like that, it can cause you to, like, mentally and spiritually, it messes with you. And the fact that they are not trying to help people, and while simultaneously wanting people, it's like, I don't understand what they are expecting people to do. You know what I'm saying? I'm not like, I just don't. If it's a situation where you literally have nowhere to go and you don't know what to do and they are not helping you, it's like you just, and you know what I'm saying? You try to sit down on a bench that is supposed to be a public bench, and people come calling police and trying to harass you and get you to move as if you're not supposed to be there. You try to lay down at a park, and all of a sudden you can't lay there, and you can't lay there, and you can't do this, and you can't do that. And it's like, well, open the shelters up then. I don't know what's going on out there. Oh, some of my lights still came on. I don't know what's going on out there though, y'all. I think I should move this light over here. Matter of fact, I'm gonna do it right now. Well, I might as well sit back, pick it up because I ain't using it right now. Woo! Okay, how does that? Okay, yeah, that look cute. That look cute. Now my little lights is on. I'm happy. I can't believe I was on here for 4 hours. But I'm happy, guys. Woo! Dang. Dang, 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 dang. I hate that y'all had to go through that. That's how awful, yo. That's how awful. I know most people don't know what I'm talking about because it ain't on there, but that's how awful that you had to go through that. Ooh, wee. That's tough. Ooh, wee. I don't like to hear it. Whew. It sure feel better in here than it felt. They say it's 81 degrees or 85 degrees, but it's not wet, so I'm gonna say 81. It feel better in here than it did earlier today. It's like been so hot, y'all, but it feels so good. I'm just sitting out here trying to relax before I go in the house and take my body to sleep. Whew, I'm tired. Even though, you know what I'm saying, y'all probably gonna look over this video and think, dang, that's all she did, baby. It been so dang hot today. that every time I had to do something, I had to go and sit down for a few minutes to catch my breath. But I am happy that I was able to come out here and do a few things. Try to remember to get my peppers before I go. Because we got some jalapenos. Some jalapenos. I'm trying to get my jalapenos before I roll up out of here, yo. I ain't playing up and trying to make me some tacos. You know what I'm saying? Maybe some tacos tomorrow. Have me some pico. Have me some homemade pico, baby. I'm so hyped. With the peppers I roll, yo. I'm so excited. I'm happy, yo. I can't wait and see how they taste, yo. Baby, we gotta go ahead and get them going, yo. Okay, maybe some eggs and sausage tacos tomorrow morning. He said that sounds good, baby. That's one of my favorite little breakfast meals. Baby, a few egg and sausage tacos with some homemade pico. Now we don't have no tomatoes going yet, so we're gonna have to use us some of that what is it called? What is it called? They come in the can. That is rotel. Add some rotel to it and get some onions and cut up some red onions and put that with it. Cause I like to have a crunch with it. So I'm gonna have me some red onions and add my little jalapenos and some hot rotel, baby. That's like, ooh, put some dill in there. Maybe some egg tacos. Whoa. You can people see you, people can see you. It's just that the last message that you had put was something like kind of, I don't want to say drastic, but it was something that YouTube decided that it was I don't know how they say it, but it's like because of what the message was, I can't approve it. Like it's covered, it's hidden. But it ain't a situation where you block. But I responded to it because I can see it, but can't nobody else see it. If it's something like that's kind of like, bug in here. It sounds like a beetle in here somewhere. See, I don't know if beetles. I'm gonna have to look that up. I might let him ride because he probably looking for some. He look like he looking for bugs that I don't want in here. So I'm gonna go ahead and let the beetle stay. You know what I'm saying? Let the beetle stay right there. It look like he don't look like he actually trying to eat the leaves or nothing. He look like he trying to eat other little bugs. So I'm gonna leave him alone. But yeah, I think I'm gonna go ahead and I can't wait to pick my peppers and have me some peppers in my the homegrown peppers in my little salsa tomorrow. Oh, that's gonna be so good, y'all. I'm not trying to brag. I'm just excited. I'm hyped. I finally grew me a little pepper plant and I'm gonna be able to eat from it. This is my first time. Okay. It's my first time. I tried to grow jalapenos year after year after year after year after year after year after year. And I finally grew me a jalapeno plant and she got peppers dang. And I'm so happy I don't know what to do with myself. So don't think we all here trying to brag. Like she all that no, baby. Baby, we tried and we tried and we tried and we tried. And glory to God, we finally got peppers. Thank you. That's what's going on. Because I know some people be thinking that it's something. No, baby, baby. We tried and tried and tried. And we finally got peppers. I can cry. They finally grew. Oh, it's gonna be my first time picking a jalapeno that I grew, yo. Thank you, Tracy. Thank you. I went out of my way to try to find these little, what are they, flamingo lights, yo. I got the flamingo street lights going up to the top. And then I got these, they like some wind chimes, which we really don't get to hear because they inside the greenhouse. And you know what I'm saying? I have some in front of me too, but you can't really see them because I'm gonna show y'all real quick. My little flamingo lights that's coming up from the plants, and it's two on each side. I really did. I love flamingos. They my favorite kind of bird of all the birds. I love me some flamingo, obviously because they pink, but you know what I'm saying? Also because they sassy and they cute. And I like their little personality that they have going on. Flamingos is one of the birds that you like to look at them from a distance. You get too close to a damn flamingo, you gonna be in trouble. Most people don't know that. I was watching this video. It was earlier today or it was yesterday about this lady that bought some dang peacocks. And she just felt like it. And she ain't just bought one. She ain't just bought two. She bought 10 peacocks. And the rest of the animals she had on her homestead were normal. She had dogs, cats, and chickens. And for whatever reason, woke up, I think she said it was her birthday, and decided to buy some dang peacocks, bruh. She said, I'm so tired of my neighbors calling me, complaining about my peacocks. She said the peacocks decided to fly. They be flying on people's roofs. One of them was standing in the middle of the highway with the tail all Some birds are not meant to be kept as pets. They just cute to look at. You try to put them in your backyard, baby, it's gonna be a problem. And then she said, you know how long they live for 50 years? Baby, I fell out laughing. I felt so bad for her because I understand how she felt, yo, because they so pretty and you don't want to give them away. But simultaneously, I'm pretty sure her name is about sick of them. And you know, peacocks, when they do they look, they sound like a person screaming. Like somebody's hurt and need help. But it's such a beautiful bird. Baby, I love birds, yo. Just like I love plants, yo. It is a situation, you know what I'm saying? All of them is different. You never know. And you know what I'm saying? Parakeets are awesome. You know what I'm saying? They awesome pets. I saw a man with his little parakeet in the grocery store, and it was just dancing on his hand and dancing on the cart. And it was good the whole way. It didn't use the restroom. It didn't bother nobody. It didn't try to fly away and nothing. It just stayed on the cart and stayed on his hand. Baby, it's some birds. You cannot make them into their pets. Just like that. I forgot what commercial it is. With the emu. The insurance commercial. Emus are not friendly animals, bro. You cannot make an emu into your pet. They will legit fight you. It's some animals, they just cute to look at. They cute to look at though. But I love me a dang flamingo. I really do. I like, you know what I'm saying? If I could and they wasn't, you know what I'm saying, so sassy, I would love to have a flamingo. But I know I cannot make a flamingo my pet. So, you know what I'm saying? I just designed my garden with flamingos all around because I already know, yo. I already know. But they are so cute. I just feel like they are cute. And I love their little sassy attitude. And I wouldn't want to change anything about them. But I know that we can't have flamingos as pets, sadly. I wish we could. Even when it comes to chickens, sometimes chickens be acting a fool, yo. You gotta be careful about them. Because some of them will have attitudes and all that. Oh, God, do it. Oh, there we go. It's telling me it's time for me to go to sleep. Ooh, baby, it is hot. It is so hot. Woo. But I would like to have me a flamingo one day, y'all. It would make me so happy. But I know I can't have a flamingo as my pet. So I'm gonna settle for some chickens. And I want the little like the ones that I forgot what they call, but they have like the cute little feather legs. And it's like they legs look like they have on like fur boots. I forgot what they call. If you know what I'm talking about, you can say it in the comment section. I forgot what they call, but the little chickens that have the little cute little legs, and it's like their legs look like little fur boots. Y'all know the fur boots they go to your knee. That's what they legs, they feathers look like going up their legs. They are just too cute, and it's like it looked like they got on a cute outfit all day. I want them kind of chickens. Them the ones that's just, you know what I'm saying, that I would hang out with. And then I would have some other chickens to lay eggs and stuff like that. Because I don't think they really lay eggs. They really just cute. But they are just too cute. They really are. You know what I'm saying? They not for eating or laying eggs. They are the kind of chickens that you have as pets. And they are just too cute. They are so cute. I forgot what they call. Oh shoot. Oh man. But I know one thing I'm gonna say, all praises to God, it did not rain like I thought it was about to do. And I don't have to worry, hopefully, I ain't gonna have to worry about the nutrients that I gave to my beans running out. I'm finna dip, y'all. I'm tired. I've been on here for 4 hours. I cannot believe I've been on here for 4 hours. I cannot believe it. I'm in shock. I'm in appallment. I'm finna I get some cookies in here. There we go. Let me open mine because I did not cut the little light on. I should have, when I went on my restroom break, I should have cut the light on and then gotten out here, but I didn't. So, oh, the fall field. Okay, now we can cut off. Take my water. Oh, baby, it's hot. I don't know where my little frog friends at, but low key, I think they probably already in the dang greenhouse and they just like chilling until they get ready. I think they moved in. coming on. Hey, friend. Hey, man. I hope y'all have a good night. My shoes off. I hope y'all have a good night. I enjoyed hanging out with y'all. And I will see y'all tomorrow. Okay? Love y'all to bits and pieces. Deuces, y'all. Hey, be sure to like, share, and subscribe, yo.